Hello.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I can
You
hear
can
you.
hear my voice now.
Yeah,
Yes.
very well.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, I think your light is too bright.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's better.
So how are you, Prof. Sarif?
I'm fine. Thank you. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah. Oh,
Were you
Okay,
were you able to put the background that I shared with you yesterday?
I have that on my screen, but I could not put it in the background. I don't
Okay.
know.
yeah.
I have to learn some of these technologies from you.
Yeah.
Let me see whether I can make the light a little bit better. Yep. Can you see me better now?
I think so. Yes, yes. It looks
Yes,
it
it's
looks
better
better.
now.
It's better. Yes.
Or shall I put light at the back?
No,
No,
that
no.
No, don't put it at the back.
that's enough. It's good.
I'm sitting in a very relaxed way because I have to speak
Very long.
for a long
hours,
time.
yeah.
So, okay.
So you see some of the participant here. There is Yanto. He's here. You know him.
Yes,
Pak
yes,
Yanto?
yes.
Yeah,
Pak
this is Pak
Yanto?
Yanto.
Yanto,
Hello, Pak Yanto.
why
Ada
Pak
Pak
do you
Leo
Leo.
have-
also is coming.
Hey, Paleo.
Halo, Prof. Nawas.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Paleo.
Good to see you indeed,
Yeah, that's
Ada
Pak
Pak Leo.
Yanto.
Pak Yanto.
Now it's
tuh.
appear.
Yanto.
Okay.
Selamat pagi, Pak Dudi.
Pagi Pak Leo, Pak
Pagi.
Yanto. Ini di Bandung bagaimana Pak Leo?
Hey, Paleo, Agus is your assistant, isn't it? Pa Agus. This is from BP, from
Which-
your ITB.
No, I'm from LIPI, Prof. Nawaz Sharif.
Pa Agus. Agus.
Yeah. Hello.
Anawas is asking about Pak Agus to Pak Leo. Pak Agus ITB.
Is this the person? Yes, I think I met him last time.
Which Pak?
Papa Agus.
Pak Agus.
You were not there, unfortunately.
Oh, oh yeah, I remember
Yes,
Agus
yes.
from Nawaz Sharif.
Yes.
I was not there. Yes, yes.
You
I had to
were
go.
away.
I had to go
You were
elsewhere
away
that time, Pak
abroad
Nawaz. Yes,
and left
yes.
me in Bandung and he went out. You see?
Yeah, yeah.
You still have 5-6 more minutes, so
Yeah.
we can have casual meeting with the people that I already met before. Let me see who else I have met before. Muhammad Wisan, did I meet you before?
No, I don't think so.
Muhammad Wisan, did I meet you before?
No.
Muhammad Wisan, did I meet you before? No.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. How are things in Bandung, Leo?
Similar with Jakarta, Pak Nawas. Quite a lot of people getting infected by COVID, and in our campus ITB, we still all classes are online, every classes. So I myself already teaching from home this last 18 months, maybe, Pak Nawas.
Yeah, everywhere. See, I am stuck here since March of 2020.
Yeah.
So I didn't go anywhere. Nobody visited us.
No, indeed.
Even family members, we are just staying away.
Yeah, the same this here also.
Yes. But fortunately, we got vaccination already. So we'll see how it works. But things are getting bad again, looks like.
How about in US, Pak Nawas, especially in your place?
600,000 people died. 600,000.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And still there are people who do not want to take the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, some of you got used to using Zoom, so you're already sending text messages. But for me, what he knows, this is my second. I did once on 1st of May, which was your 2nd of May for AIT Alumni Association. So with that experience, I decided that maybe I can do something for Indonesia. So I offered. And I'm
Thank
also
you.
going to,
Thank you. Thank you.
and I'm also going to have maybe in the next 2 weeks, one for Pakistan, one for my friend Sri Lanka, Ramanathan's place, and of course, one for Bangladesh. So in the next 3 weeks, I'm going to have one each.
So the second seminar that you offer to us, I send it to Pak Dudi, and Pak Dudi will decide when
Yeah, go
it
ahead.
will be.
That's okay. You take your time. And also, you think about today, after I make my presentation today, you think whether we should invite some leadership, political leadership, who is going to make the decision to do something, right? So that we can do. Second one. But today, I want you to assess very carefully what I'm presenting. Is that the right thing to have? Or do you like that I should make some changes, things like that? And I hope that all of you have the document, received the document.
I think we do have already the comments.
All of you, yes.
Yes.
Good.
The papers and the presentations also, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the entire file, which I'm going to show, you have received already. 54, not 1, 2 pages, 54
Yeah.
pages, yes.
Well, there is Professor Erman here. I saw his name,
Professor Hussein.
Professor Hussein
I see the
also.
name, okay.
And we also have here our senior, Pak Utama from BPPT.
Where is Utama?
Pak Utama, bagaimana kabarnya, Pak?
We're here. Yeah. Can you unmute Pak Utama? Okay.
Pak Utama is a former deputy chairman of BPPT.
I know him very well.
Long time friend of Pak Nawas.
Pak Utama, good to see you again. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. How are you, Pak Professor Nawaz Arif?
I'm fine. I told Wati the other day that Indonesia is my second home.
Ah, yes, Alhamdulillah.
I have been to Indonesia how many times? Maybe 20
Yes.
times.
Mm,
Yes.
yes, it's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, the first person, let me give you a little bit of history because we have 1 more minute, was Dr. Mohammadi. In 1975, I came to Indonesia in 1975 when Dr.
75.
Mohammadi became the head of LIPI.
Mm,
But then I went to Bandung, where Arjuna was there, LFN. Then Herudi was there, LEN,
Yes.
and Niliardi, all of these people whom I have known for continuously since
Went to
19.
Subang, right?
Yes, I went to
To the
so many places.
appropriate technology division. And
Yes,
some of the researchers from that institution is now in our office.
and one person that I have met many times is Choco Pitono, what is former boss
Yes. From Libya.
from LIPI.
Yeah, I invite him already, Pak Nawaz.
Okay, I think you have some formalities that you want to do for the first 15 minutes, because at 9:15 I'm going to start. Okay.
8:15 probably.
You're 8:15, sorry, my 9:15. I have watched it.
Yes.
You're
yes.
8:15, my 9:15, I will start. But now, who is the moderator? Padudi? Padudi is supposed to be the moderator, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Nidia will be heading this.
Okay.
It's,
So you take a while.
yeah, we can start probably, Nidia.
Yeah, sure.
I'll keep quiet now. And I will get in at 9:15 or whatever you give me. 8:15 your time, 9:15 my time.
Okay, we can start.
Okay, we can start right now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, recording isn't. Okay, good morning, people. Good evening, probably, for some of you. Welcome to our webinar on Industrial Technology Innovation Management for Sustainable Economic Development. If you are having a hard time remembering the title, you can just read it on our background. And my name is Nidia Estrini. I am a research assistant at the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and I will be your host today. So I'm going to explain the agenda for today and some rules. So for the agenda, after this, we're going to have some sort of welcoming address from the head of Indonesian Researcher Union, Professor Hussein Akil. And then after that, we have one more opening speech from Dr. Dudi Hidayat, and he's the head of the Research Center for Policy Management of STI. After the speeches, I'm going to introduce Professor Nawaz. We've been given his CV and it's quite long, so please bear with me on that one. After that, we shall have our first session. It will be approximately 60 minutes and then 15 minutes break and another 60 minutes for the second session. After that, we will have around 30 minutes for Q&A session. Unfortunately, there will be no oral interaction between the audience and the presenter, but you can give your comments or your question in the chat box. Okay. There's some rules that I would love if we can adhere to. The first one is, please, I need you to mute all of your microphone at all times for the entire 3 hours of that. And then the second one is, the video. You can open your video if you want it, but please do not put an extremely distracting background or please do not conduct any private activity, because this is being live streamed at YouTube, and internet is forever. So let's not embarrass ourselves. And then the second rule would be, I would love it if you could change your name, your screen name, into first name, last name, underscore your institution. So your first name, your last name, underscore your institution. Okay, I think that's for me. That's the agenda. That's some rules. I see some of you have already changed your name. Really love that. Thank you. So that's from me. Let's welcome Professor Hussein Avicenna from the Indonesian Researcher Union.
But before, may I say one thing, please?
Yes, sure, of course.
Please do not spend time reading my resume.
I'm not going to read it.
Just one or two sentences enough.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
everybody got a copy at the end of the document that I have submitted to you.
Yes, I have to make it shorter.
Cut it very
Yes.
short. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Professor Nawaz. Yes, I'm not going to.
Are you all right, Nidia?
Oh, Nidia, are you freezing? Yes, apparently she is freezing at the moment.
Should be okay.
She's from Serpong, yeah? Maybe Pak Hussein, you can start with your speech.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nidia, and all of you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good evening to Professor Nawaz Sharif. I understand that right now at your place in America, the situation is night. Okay. So on behalf of the IPENINDO organization, Indonesia Researcher Union, this is the organization of professional researchers organization. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Nawaz Sharif, and would like to give the highest appreciation for your willingness to be the sole speaker in our webinar this morning. The material to be discussed, what is going to be conveyed by Professor Sharif, I believe it will be an additional knowledge insight for all of us. Even I think for most of my fellow researchers from Research Center for Policy and Management of Science, Technology and Innovation, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, material that will be delivered by Professor closely related to the scope of competence of researcher in P2KMI. Yeah. To all participants, let us listen carefully to this lecture and make the best of it. Thank you for your participation once again. Thanks to Professor Nawaz Sharif. Please carry on, Nidia.
Yes, I am very sorry because my laptop just died on me. So this is me making a lot of improvisations. Though the second speech, thank you for so much, Professor Hussein. And then the second speech will be from Dr. Dudi Hidayat from the Research Center for Policy and Management of STI. So Professor Dr. Dudi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nidia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning to all of you, and good evening to be for Professor Nawaz Sharif. So this morning we are very lucky to have Professor Nawaz Sharif with us, who will share his expanded knowledge about technology development in the country. I met him personally in 2010 here in Jakarta, and I really enjoyed at the time your presentations And your presentation at the time already gave us a new insight at the time about technological developments. And I'm quite sure that this morning we will also hear very insightful presentations. And I hope that we all can learn from his knowledge, because as maybe many of you has already known him, he's a very experienced expert in this area. And he's been working in many countries in Asia, in Europe, and in many countries. So I really hope that we all can learn from his presentations. And please allow me, Professor Sarif, to speak in Indonesian as I will address all the audiences here.
Please
So
go ahead.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan juga para senior yang hadir di sini yang saya tidak bisa sebutkan satu persatu. Pada pagi hari ini kita sangat berterima kasih kepada Prof. Sarif yang mau meluangkan waktu ya berbagi ilmu pengetahuan berdasarkan pengalaman beliau langsung bertahun-tahun ya. Dan karenanya mungkin kita patutlah menyimak apa yang beliau sampaikan. Tentunya di saat ini Indonesia juga sedang memulai babak baru ya dalam upaya pengembangan teknologi di Indonesia ini dengan integrasi BRIN ini. Sehingga barangkali kita berharap bahwa dari presentasi dan mungkin sedikit diskusi nanti itu ada insight yang bisa membantu kita dalam hal ini. Jadi selamat datang dan selamat menyimak nanti ya. Ini ada teman-teman saya dari BPT, ya, dari perguruan tinggi juga hadir di sini. Mudah-mudahan kita semua mendapatkan manfaat dari sini. So, Professor Sarif, once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for your willingness to share your knowledge with us this morning during the next 2 or 3 hours from now. So once again, thank you. And also, of course, Pak Hussein from Hipenindo, I would like also to thank you for facilitating this meeting. So to all of you, please enjoy the presentation from Professor Nawaz Sarif. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Dudi Hidayat. As I told you before that I would introduce Professor Nawaz to you, but no, I'm not going to read the whole entire 4 pages out of it. So I'm just going to tell you that Professor Nawaz is an all-around academic. He teaches, he publishes, and he also provides consultations. He's the originator of many technology management concepts. If you type the HIO in Google, you will find his name. And then he also has many, many articles, even old ones back from the 70s. You can also get it from Google Scholar. And in terms of teaching, he teaches at the Asian Institute for Technology, University of Maryland Global Campus, also George Washington University and Johns Hopkins. Other than that, he also serves as a consultant for many enterprises, government, and international organizations like the Myriad Solution, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and many departments under the United Nations. So that's just a glimpse of his works and accomplishments. And I think we were very lucky to have him here right now. So I'm going to start our first session, but Bu Wati asked us to do like a photo session first. So I would love it if we can do that. Is Lutfina can take a picture out of us now, please? Fina. Fina, can you take pictures of us?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Would you mind giving us a sign? Is it ready, Fina?
Videonya harus dihidupkan barangkali ya.
Yeah, perhaps you can, open your cameras so we can take pictures.
I see there are 59 participants. How are you going to take those pictures?
And we have 3 screens. So, yeah.
We'll have like multiple frames, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. That's very unfortunate. Apparently, Fina is out of the meeting. Perhaps Pak Sigit can help us?
Okay, I will take a photo.
Yes, that would be nice.
3 frames.
Yeah, 3 frames.
Yes. First one.
Okay.
Just a moment, I will paste first. Second one.
Second one.
Yeah, but so many didn't activate their camera.
Oh.
Second one. Okay.
Unfortunate, yes.
Ready? Just a moment, I will cut and paste first. Last one. Please open your camera. Nobody open the camera in the last one.
Okay, please. Can you please like open your camera just for a quick photo session?
Okay,
Is it open?
I just capture it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
so
much.
We're done. Are we done?
Yeah, okay,
Pak
we're
Sigit?
done.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for the assistance, Pak Sigit. And then we're going to move on to our first session. So for Professor Nawas, the time is yours.
Oh, what did you do?
Yes, it's already showing.
Okay, I start now. Good morning.
Good morning.
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 I am Nawaz Sharif. It's indeed a privilege for me to be given this opportunity to speak in this webinar. I express my gratitude to the leadership of LIPI and Himpenindo for organizing this webinar. And my sincere thanks to all of you for honoring me today by your online presence. Thank you. This is the cover page of the document that was circulated to you. It has got 6 parts, and I'm going to make this presentation in these 6 parts. In each part, there are 9 view graphs. So I would like to say a few things first about the view graph, which I'm going to use for my presentation. A view graph is a pictorial representation of concepts using text, images, connectors, and shapes to give a total perspective view on a topic in just one page. In each Mindshare view graph, I've included my baseline knowledge acquired over years of practical experience that any interested person, any one of you, can enrich by superimposing on my biograph your own knowledge base to make presented concepts circumstantially valid and applicable for your farm, industry, or country level decisions for economic prosperity under the new world order. So that's about biograph. Now, this is the beginning of part 1. The title is Technology Innovation-Led New World Order. And the theme for this part is brief portrayal of how industrial technology innovations are shaping the new world order. This is the first view graph. And it's talking about the foundation of technology innovation, new world order. But I would like you to note the first 2 sentences, which lays out the platform for everything that we're going to talk about today. First, technologies are human-made helpmates. These are created means that enhance physical and mental power of people. So it is for all of us, myself and everyone who is participating in this webinar, that technologies are human-made helpmates, means that enhance our physical and mental power. Technological innovations facilitate what? Our collective endeavors to become more convenient and productive. Collective endeavors, the organizations, either goods producing or services providing organizations in which we work. These collective endeavors, because of technological innovations, they become more convenient and more productive. So this is the underlying factor for everything that I'm going to talk about today. Now, to talk about the new world order, I have 4 bullets here, and I start with the first one. Making and relentlessly improving technologies, meaning innovation, represent unique hallmark of human characteristics. As people are creative and people like to compete, technological innovation is in perpetual motion. The confluence of persistent human wants pool and human needs push render technological innovation to be unstoppable. So this is the first bullet. Technological innovation is unstoppable. Any one of us, if we do not want to innovate, then we are going to shoot ourselves because everyone else is going to innovate. That gives them advantage. Now, the technological innovation process has accelerated a lot. In earlier days, technological innovation appeared at slower pace as incremental or evolutionary type that followed social change. But nowadays, technological innovation is, in the present days, are appearing in much faster pace, breakthrough or revolutionary type that are now leading social change. Big difference. It has accelerated, but earlier it followed the social change, but now technological innovation is leading the social change process. That's very important for us to remember. Next point is globalization. Globalization is also in human DNA. Accelerated technological innovations are now, here I have, are now the impetus to intensification of globalization. And I have given here some reasons why globalization is happening, but most important one is here, global trade volume is now on the rise because as human beings, we like to show what we do, and also we like to find out what others do. So we trade the things that we produce or that others produce, And so the globalization is on the rise. Good things, but everything is not so good. We have to remember the technological advancements enable people to satisfy human needs better than before. Technological advancements also enable people to achieve freedom from hunger and misery. Moreover, technological advancements enable people to get higher returns on investment from myriad economic activities of their enterprises. However, often due to irresponsible decisions for acquiring wealth very quickly by misuse or overuse of some technological innovations, we have made sustainability of ecosystem a critical concern. So I'm putting some seed here that's why we're going to talk about sustainable economic development, because sustainability has become a critical concern. Next, I give you a very interesting geograph. Sorry. Here, I would like all of us to compare the cell phone that we all use. I think many of you are using the cell phone now, or we all have it. I also have one. But we used to have, as you can see, this telephone. Not long time ago, very recently, most of our offices and home, we had either this kind of telephone. Now we have this cell phone, which you call smartphone. This was a one-purpose technology where two people could talk if they had these boxes, and also if these two boxes were connected continuously through two pieces of wires. But now, this cell phone or smartphone is amazing. That's why I say that it's mesmerizing nature of innovation. Why? Let's take a look. What are the things that this phone represents? A television, a record player, a camera, a navigator, a timer, a compass, a music player, even a computer where we can send emails, do Google search, and much more. So I would like to make, having presented this, I would like to make the statement here. These are incredible technological innovations, which are unprecedented, mind-boggling, and unpredictable. Okay, unprecedented, we understand. Mind-boggling, that's why I said amazing. But why unpredictable? For this, I would like all of us to think. About 10 years ago, when we were using these telephones, could you imagine that something like this is going to replace that? Probably not. Then my next question is, can you imagine we're using this cell phone now? What are we going to do with this cell phone 5 years from today? Probably not. That's why I say that it is unpredictable. And industrial technology innovation management is the scope of this discourse. Something very amazing. Now, my third view graph. Here also, I try to show that technological innovation is altering the capital ratio of the products. I'm showing three sets of products. First one is the same one that I talked about a few minutes ago. This phone to cell phone. This is something intermediary. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And here are the light bulbs from incandescent to the LED that we use nowadays. Automobiles, very familiar, used to be all mechanical, big mechanical machines. But now, a lot of electronics, almost self-driving cars. Now, think about the product in terms of what is the component, in terms of material component and technology component that consists or comes into these products. Here, I try to show you. Nature-based material capital share versus intellect-based technology capital share in earlier products This was more, this was less, this, less, and less. But for the newer products, our smartphone, LED lamp, and these modern coming, the future automobile that we're going to have, intellect-based technology capital share is much more than nature-based material capital share. So I make the statement, modern world products have greater technology over material capital. Okay, next we move into the industry. We talked about the product, and now let's talk about the industry. Nowadays, it's very common. We talk about industry revolution, industry 1.0, industry 2.0, industry 3.0, industry 4.0. But if you look into these, the time period when this industry 1.0 was there, 1760 to 1840, then 1850 to 1945, 1950 to 2000, then 2000 onwards, we talk about industry revolution 4.0. What are the things that we have here? Mechanized small batch production with water and steam powered locomotive energy. Mass production with electric motors and fossil fuel powered internal combustion engines. Automated production with electronics, computers, and ICT systems with energy from immediate sources. And the latest one, remote production with smart connected devices using mobile intelligence and digital data networks. And here are some examples: light engineering, farming and food sector economy, structure, process and construction sector economy, machine tools, utilities, and precision work sector economies, and now cyber-linked system and knowledge sector economies. But interestingly, you'll find that in this first two, they're dependent on material capital for moderate growth. But nowadays, we get very high growth relying on intellectual capital. And let me remind you, intellectual capital is human-made, created. Natural resource is God-given. We cannot create it. So you see, even countries like Japan and South Korea, who do not have any natural resource, because they have developed the technological resources, their economy is growing at a much faster pace. So finally, I make the statement, greater intellect capital intensive industry restructuring is the foundation for high growth economy. We need our economies to grow at a rapid pace, otherwise we cannot catch up with the rest of the world. Okay, having talked about product industry, now let me talk about our work, all of us. And I'm requesting all of you listening about the work that we do and what is the core of this professional work that we do. Here, the world of work nowadays, we've got three things: workplace, work media, work content. Where's the workplace? We work now 24/7, anywhere, anytime. That is the standard. How do we work? With computers, from handheld computers to all the way mainframe computers, but we do all the computing in the cloud. And where the data is saved and through Wi-Fi internet, we do all the calculations here and use this to do our work nowadays. And what is the work content? It is a combination of human intelligence with artificial intelligence together. So I put it intellect intensive. So World Wide Web linked professionals utilizing artificial intelligence through mobile intelligence technologies. This is the way we work today. And I'm going to read the top sentence because that gives you the complete picture. Modern industrial enterprise professionals can be at any place, assemble a team of talented experts on the internet, put their intellectual property in a secure cyber cloud, develop product innovation processes through cloud computing and data, utilize a robotized factory with 3D printers to make all kinds of very complex products and market those via the World Wide Web. Okay, so you see how our work has changed. Now, remember, I said that we're going to look into our individual power work as well as our enterprise power and work. So now I'm looking into how technological innovation is affecting enterprise operations. And please remember, we're talking about two kinds of enterprises. One is goods producing, that is service providing. Government enterprises are generally service providing enterprises, but there are many other service providing enterprises like transportation, banking, insurance, so many others. But good production is a manufacturing type of enterprise. Now here, I'm trying to show that technological innovations are shaping the external playing field. Neobel, people say that we want a level playing field. Means the external world should treat us the same way so that we are not at disadvantage. But what is this playing field? Dizzy pace of innovation, messy kind of connection, fuzzy state of the future, and shaky scope of alliance. This dizzy pace, I've already talked about the unstoppable accelerated innovations. That's why this is dizzy pace. We talked about globalization. Everything is getting connected to everything else. So the messy connections. Fuzzy state of future. Remember just a few minutes ago, I said unpredictable. We do not know what's likely to come. So that's the fuzzy state of the future. And the shaky scope of alliance, merger and alliance of these companies nowadays is happening at a much faster rate. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this a little later. But here, so far, I have looked into from the technological point of view. But let's look at our enterprises from the business point of view. Here, universal business challenges for international market competition is still as it has always been, creating values, delighting customers, adapting to market flux, and sustaining growth. And I'm going to ask the same question. Can any of the enterprises in the competitive world business do any of these without using technology innovation? I think the answer is no. So technology management is paramount for industrial enterprises operating in the global marketplace. Next one is a very simple view graph where I try to show you that the kind of modern technologies which are promoting business collaboration. Most of this is known to you. Communication technologies, cloud storage and computing technologies, collaboration technologies, smart devices technologies that we use for our work. But many times we do not pay enough attention to something which is very critical, without which we would not have this global trade. This one, transaction technology. Nowadays, if you have a credit card which is valid worldwide, then sitting in your home, you can buy anything from anywhere in the world. Same way, if you're producing something in a remote village, if you have a computer and if you have a credit card system or debit credit system, you can sell your product to anybody, anywhere in the world. This is very interesting for us to remember, and that's the reason why businesses are becoming globalized. Now, next, I would like to give you a little bit of an idea of the general posture of the current innovation posture. Throughout the world, by robust R&D efforts, all technological systems are continuously advanced to become more powerful, much smaller in physical dimensions, with falling prices. And so we got smart technologies which are now ubiquitous. And some of these smart technologies, I'm going to mention here one of the unique thing and then some of these here. First one is, until very recently, I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer. Many of you are engineers. But how many of us knew that matter has got 4 elements? We used to know solid, liquid, and gas. But now we know there is plasma. Why? If you heat gas, ionized becomes plasma, deionized, it becomes gas again. And without this, we could not have produced this smartphone or your thin screen televisions, and all of these would not have been possible if we did not have that. Next, many of the new technological innovations are happening due to fission of myriad established interdisciplinary scientific domain. Mechatronics, physics, photonics, electronics, all of these coming together to produce something we call nanotechnology. Biotechnology, engineering, biology, and chemistry together. The most important thing here is convergence of information technology, synthetic biology, and nanotechnology. This is the trend. And I'm showing here below some of those examples: creative industry, 3D printer, bionics, artificial intelligence, software, digital industry, things like that. The last slide for my part 1 is, remember, we mentioned in my slide 1 that we have some concern. And this is the concern. Because we want sustainable development. Sustainable development means social progress, economic growth, and environmental soundness all go together. But unfortunately, let's read here, technologies are human-made helpmates. The practical means that enhance both physical and mental power of people. It is important to remember that the modern technologies give enormous impetus for providing well-being as well as for total destruction of our human world. But by itself, it is neither good nor evil. Technology is not at fault. It is just a means for people to use wisely to avoid negative consequences depicted below. What are the negative consequences? Climate degradation, environmental degradation, climate change, and now another very ugly one, cybercrime. So I'm saying that it is important to ensure resolution of unwanted consequences of technological innovation by having a mindset for sustainable development where our end game is win-win. What is win-win? Win for people, become more powerful, and win for the planet. It becomes safer and prosperous for us to live. That's the end of my part 1. Now let me see. Okay, I'm maintaining good time, I think. So let me move to part 2. Industries globalization for wealth generation. This is the first view graph where I'm trying to give you the big picture. Developed countries, developing countries, developing economies, developing economies. We are poor, they're rich. They have prosperity, we have poverty. And we would like to bridge this gap. That's our goal. But let us note the burning issue. Burning issue is arresting and rapidly reducing the apparently ever widening of income inequality in our current, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer world. Unfortunately, this is not only between 2 countries. The rich countries are getting richer, poor countries are getting poorer, but in the same country, the rich societies are getting richer, the poor societies are getting poorer. We have to do something about this to reduce the prosperity gap. So the concluding remark here is industrial technology innovation is universally accepted as the only hope for bridging the prosperity gap. Also, it is recognized that in the fiercely competitive and globalized socio-economic setting, industrial technology innovation management can help us achieve sustainable development. That's the premise. Now, I'm going to take that premise to lead to winning the future, my next view graph. This shows the pathway. The premise is technological innovation. If we leverage innovation, we can acquire competitive advantage. And so we climb to the future. The march for innovation, high-tech innovations, introducing new and improved products to the global market. Technological innovation for high-value industrial products to achieve prosperity. So the statement I'm saying is, we want to go there from here, from our basic premise. Evidently, technological innovations provide competitive edge to industrial enterprises for wealth generation by the sale of new wow products and high value-added existing products. Now, you're going to ask me, what is this wow products? I'm going to explain in a minute. Here, I'm going to talk about one wow product. Evolution timeline of handheld cell telephone by new companies of new countries outperforming the established. Remember, I'm talking about one type of product, the cell phone. It started in 1985, Motorola, the American company, they produced this, which is known as the brick phone. But then the Japanese, and then, sorry, in Finland, they produced in 2000 a phone which we called candy bar phone. It looks like a candy bar. So we call it candy bar phone. Company Nokia in Finland. But the Japanese people who produce lots of cameras, they came up with first time a camera flip telephone, NTT, Japan, about same time, year 2000. But suddenly, some of you may remember, we used to be proud to have one of these called BlackBerry. Who produced BlackBerry? An unknown company, Research in Motion in Canada. But the unique thing about this BlackBerry was, until BlackBerry, none of these telephones could send an email. First time, internet phone, that BlackBerry. Canada. Now, I know one thing, whether it's true or not, Steve Jobs, the iPhone guru, he told his engineers that I want a BlackBerry, but not the keyboard. Why? This is so clumsy. Remember trying to write something using that keyboard? The Apple engineers came up with a touch phone. This is what we use mostly nowadays. Apple, USA, 2007. Excuse me. Then, of course, we have seen many improvements on that. Samsung, South Korea, produced this much bigger, wider screen smartphone. And then now, the Chinese, Huawei, in 2019, fifth generation smartphone. Now, let me make some observations here. Mind-boggling innovations have made the single function cell phone a smart wow product. This is what I call a wow. This was only a box, and now it is incredible. But most important for us to know, to remember, that things have moved from old company to new companies, from old country to new country. Why this is important, I'm going to say in a few minutes. Next, I want to give you a little bit more example of these changes in some of these big companies and big products. Microsoft, Apple, and the semiconductor industry. Microsoft, Bill Gates, everybody knows him. But since 2014, Satya Nadella, an Indian American, he is the chief executive of this organization. This Apple, famous iPad, iMac, iPod, iPhone, iPad, iWatch. But then I don't see anything new because Steve Jobs is resting. If I take now the semiconductor industry leadership, it used to be Intel. Until 2011, Intel was the largest chip producer in the world. Everybody, remember in those days, we bought a computer, it said Intel inside. But I heard later on Samsung said they're going to put something with Samsung inside. But now, no. Most of the cars, most of the equipment that we have in home, our refrigerator, our air conditioner, all of these have a microchip produced by this company, unknown, from Taiwan, TSMC. From 2020, they are the world leader. Okay, so I make some observations. Generally speaking, no successful innovator lives forever. He passed away. He retired. Or lasts for too long. Also, evidently, no famous innovative company remains as world leader forever. See, different company. Innovators are usually young, energetic, courageous, and open-minded people. High ambition to make a difference is a distinctive trait of successful innovators. Then my hope, any country having such innovators can produce wow products for the world market. Having said all of this, now you can realize why I've been putting all of this, is this is our opportunity, this is our hope, that why not the next country be Indonesia, and next company means one in Indonesia, who is the world leader. Similarly, one in Bangladesh, one in Pakistan, because that's how things are changing. And there is some hope for us to be the world leader and produce some of these wow products. Now, I want to get from one product to the economy. As economies move from low-income countries to mid-income countries to high-income countries to prosperous countries, we find that there's certain type of industries which are very common, and they also match with the Industrial Revolution 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the apparel, food sector, and light engineering industries, very common in low-income countries. Similarly, material, chemical, and structural construction industries, mid-income countries. But this is the most important thing for us to remember. Natural resource endowment-based comparative advantage is what is used here. Comparative advantage based on natural resource endowment. Why? Because these products are material intensive. On the other hand, high-income countries and prosperous countries, this energy, machine tool, knowledge, software, analytic industries, these are created technology resource-based competitive advantage type industry. So you see the point. Here, comparative advantage, because these are material intensive industries and growth rate is not very high. Here, prosperous countries, high income, products are more technology intensive, growth rate is very high. So I make this final remark here. New world industries have greater technology over material content. You see, I'm building up the case because technology content is the more intensive component of whatever we do, the products, the industries, then we have to try to do something about technological innovation that will add technology content to our products. The next one, I want to show one more thing, that besides the industries themselves, the prosperous countries have another thing very common, that they all have global multinational corporations of their own. And here I'm giving you a simple list. Some of the developed countries here, including Korea, Japan, and here some developing countries, China, India, Pakistan. What is the GDP, gross national income per capita? Okay, they're very high, very low. But number of global companies in Fortune 500, Australia's got 7, Germany 29, Japan 52, USA 121, China 119. I do not know in Pakistan. In Indonesia, I do not know how many. Maybe Pusri, maybe one of them. But I do not know anyone listed in the Fortune 500 companies which are international. And here I'm giving you some examples of, in USA, these are the companies which are of Industry 4.0 type, and their contribution to the development of the country is very high, economic contribution. Japan, Germany, Korea, China, Finland. Finland is a small country, but this one company, Nokia, makes tremendous contribution because this is a global company and it adds a lot of prosperity to Finland. And now we see China. So here, finally, I'm making this statement. It can now be asserted that industrialization trajectory should promote selective high potential local companies to be global value chain players and also become global corporations for national prosperity. Next. Nowadays, we live in the era of digital products. So I'm just presenting this so that you don't say that we have missed an important area. So these are the activity chain of knowledge industries involving both product and process technology innovations, just the stages. But this is the important part where business intelligence is derived. Business success now is derived from digital data, big data analytics. So we've got digital data facade and knowledge graph from data. So now let me try to give a synopsis or synthesis of what we have talked about regarding this gap reduction. The gap issue is global industrialization research shows that the real gap between developed and developing countries is in fact the industrial technology innovation capacity gap. It's not the money gap. Otherwise, your neighbor Brunei would be one of the most developed countries in the world. They're quite rich. They've got plenty of wealth, but they do not have the industrial technology capacity to compete. So, let me repeat, global industrialization research shows that the real gap between developed and developing countries is in fact the industrial technology innovation capacity gap. Thus, planners widely agree that technological innovation capacity building should be the cornerstone for achieving prosperity. And you'll find that this is also the cornerstone of what I'm going to talk about in later parts. However, you may have some concern. Interestingly, one should note that due to brain power and material resources constraints at any given global location, no country in the world could economically produce all technologies it needs at once. This is a blessing in disguise because we need so many things, and because of resources available, natural resource as well as human resource. Please remember, It's not always. Human resource is more important, as we'll talk about later, and as we have seen from Japanese and Korean cases. But resources are essential for development. To attain viable economic prosperity, total factor endowment, including available, comparative from natural resources, as well as creative. This is from technological resources advantage. Driven industrialization is mandatory. In other words, all countries import some goods, services, and technologies not produced locally, and at the same time have to export other goods, services, and technologies that are locally produced to pay for the imports. So this is why the trade is increasing. Therefore, late developers have no better option than immediately launching an all-out emphasis to A, promote local high potential industrial enterprises to become an integral part of the global value chain, particularly with universally aspired and well-established consumer goods industries. B, build their own strategic industries in the specific areas of clean and blue economies. And 3, develop their own global corporations in terms of input sourcing, output marketing, and workplace locations of the enterprise. Now, although one might surmise that already industrialized countries are miles ahead in this regard than us, but their dominant system erected barriers for the current developing nations. One should not fail to recognize that the enormous sunk cost and lock-in position of the now developed countries do offer golden opportunities for leapfrogging by the late starters. But please remember, if we show the behavior of helplessness or hopelessness, nothing will happen. So we have to do something. What to do? Join global value chain and become global corporation. Now, it's very easy now to summarize part 2 in this chart, that this is the algorithm. We focus on technological innovation management to acquire enterprise competitive advantage, to make national enterprises become global players, leading to building an innovation economy, which will take us to the goal of sustainable development. Sustainable development through industry-focused technological innovation capacity building in rapid economic growth considerations. So what are the things we have to do? NIGI, National Industries Globalization Initiative. Join global value chain, become global corporation. Okay, I finished part 2. Now I move on to part 3, which I have to finish in 15 minutes. I hope I can do it. Here, sorry, let me give the difference. Now we are in managing technology innovation elements. This is part 3. I start with, first, scrutinizing the definition of technological system for managing. Now, I'm not going to spend my time to read all of this because this is taken up from dictionary. You'll find this is how the term technology is defined in the dictionary. This is what the graduate level textbooks that I use for my graduate level courses talks about what is technology. But these are some of the anecdotal, that if you ask a physical scientist, they will say technologies are the laboratory equipment. You have the social scientists, they will say technologies are change agent that advance human societies. IT people is the computer system, hardware and software. Business managers is an asset used for production. Economist, technology is a capital good utilized for production. Engineers is a means for performing industrial arts. Media journalist, technologies are the things humans create to alter their everyday lifestyle. But interestingly, politicians use technology as a latent source of power for opinion manipulation of voter support. Now, having given all of this, I say that though all of the above definitions are correct, they're problematic from the management point of view. You cannot use these definitions to manage technology in an enterprise. Why not? I will give you an example and then explain more. This is a technology system components taxonomy, which I find we have developed at APCTT, and I find very useful, and many people are using this nowadays. So let's remember, technologies are the human-made helpmates. We said that many times. These are the means that enable production action. In order to produce goods, we need these as means. In order to give service, we need this as means. However, to manage technology well, we have to delineate technology system components as levers in the enterprise manager's toolbox, something that the manager can manipulate to get the desired results. And this is one such taxonomy, Theo technology system. It has got 5 elements. Number 1, technoware, object-embodied physical facilities, tools and artifacts. Number 2, humanware, person-embodied human abilities, skills and talents. Number 3, infoware, record-embodied facts and figures, specs and recipes. 4, orgaware, teamwork-embodied operational procedures, flows and routines. And now one more, because some of you know my 4 earlier components, THIO, but I have added one, sysnetware, since the year 2005 or so, because this is becoming very important now. Cyberspace embodied digital networks, internet and cloud. So this is the picture. Okay, Theo technology system. But most important for us is to note here, Theo systems form the transformation mechanism in goods producing enterprises and platforms for services providing enterprises. Let me repeat, this is very important. For both goods production and services provision, we need all 5 components. Technology, all 5 are needed. But in one case, this system works as a transformation mechanism to convert inputs to outputs. In another case, it works as a platform to give a service to customers. Finally, dynamically interrelated technology system components, the THIOC, utilized for both primary and secondary functions, enable goods producing and services providing enterprises to generate industrial output. Now these, I'm going to talk a little bit about the characteristic of these. First one is that these components come in various degrees of sophistication. Now it is easier to explain to you if I take an example. Remember technoware. I said that is a tool. Now there are many kinds of tools. Some of you who use some tools to do some work at home or in the office, you know that the lowest level of sophistication is a manual tool. Then we got power tools. Then we got automatic tools. Then we got programmable tools. And then we also have zero deviation, in other words, self-correcting tools. If you want to make precision type of products, your tools must be self-corrected. For example, if you want to produce these microchips, you cannot produce that using manual tool or even automatic tool. You need these. Similarly, for humanware, infoware, orgaware, we have better tools, better skills, better specs, better flows, better cloud internet, all of these to produce the kind of product that we want to produce, which can compete in the global market. And we can plot our current status in my enterprise using this polar chart. Technoware, HumanWare, InfoWare, ArgoWare is there. But please note that this is not a linear chart. This is a weighted score. Why weighted score? Because some components have got dominance over others. And that's what I'm going to explain in the next view graph. But before I go to the next view graph, talking about the dominance, I have given here one extra view graph to talk about how the changes occur. In current global setting, nothing is more risky than not improving. Remember, innovation is unstoppable. If I don't, others are going to do it, and they're going to beat us. So innovation is important. Also, in the current era of lifelong education, learning to learn is the key. And Kaizen, this is the Japanese term, change for better is the process. Technoware changes through substitution and diffusion. HumanWare changes through the process of learning and improving. InfoWare changes through the process of acquiring and refining. ArgoWare changes through the process of adapting and adapting. And SysNetWare changes through the process of knowing and involving. And I have given some general picture for these. Now, let me talk about the dominance that I wanted to mention just a while ago. Let's take some industrial examples. Or maybe I should take our example of software industry and semiconductor industry. This is what I tried to do is I listed a group of industries here and identified what are the top 2 dominant technology components. For this light engineering, construction parts and gadget making, HumanWare is the most critical one. Next one is Technoware. And of course, after this is InfoWare, ArgoWare, SysNetWare, all of those are there. Similarly, for different types, we find that the most dominant one are often different. Now, this will become very clear if we ourselves compare software industry with semiconductor industry. In a software industry, what is the most important technology component? Technoware, HumanWare, InfoWare, ArgoWare, SysNetWare. Technoware is very simple. The ordinary computers that we are using, all of us using, is good enough to develop software. But if you're going to produce microchip, semiconductor, what kind of Technoware is needed? Very, very sophisticated. So that's what I'm trying to show, that for some industries, HumanWare is the most important component. For other industries, Technoware is the most important component. And depending on that, why do we consider that? Depending on that, you should invest for improvement in those factors to be able to compete in the market. Because everyone has limited fund, and we do not want to spend our money to improve those components where the return on investment is not very great. So that's what I'm trying to show in this chart. Next, I'm talking about the leverage. It's interesting to note technology system components, THIOC classification, and an appreciation of the condition that relative dominance of technology components utilized in any specific goods producing or services providing industry being unequally different, late started developing countries with high quality and quantity of HumanWare can give significant advantage over developed countries where same quality HumanWare cost is very high. Just think for a few minutes. an industry where human wear is very critical. And we know that the cost of human wear, provided that of very high quality, same quality, is much less compared to what it costs in the developed economies. So we have a relative advantage. That's what I'm trying to point out, that we can take advantage once we try to identify which is the most dominant component for the industry. And then, of course, we have to consider two other things. One, the change process, if it is a gradual along the same S-curve, or if it is disruptive, moving from one S-curve to the next S-curve, what is the process we have to follow and how do we go about? And I have given a large number of examples here, which you can read at your leisure. But for most important point that I want to have here in conclusion is that technology component sophistication is a necessary condition, but is not a sufficient condition. We need productivity gain here. Enterprise's own technology capacity building is an essential prerequisite for above, and that comes from productivity gain. So we have to improve the sophistication level of the components. At the same time, we have to acquire capacity to produce, to gain, to have more productivity compared to our competitors. Now, this one is, I think, very simple. We can define productivity as value over cost. So change in productivity, delta P, equals change in value over change in cost. Delta P goes up if delta V goes up, or delta C goes down, or both of these happening simultaneously. Now, in this equation, I'm going to take this cost part and value part separately and to relate that with some of the things that we have known from the industrial practices. Cost reduction part of the above equation is related to capability, which comes from experiences that lead to higher efficiency. On the other hand, value addition part of the above equation is related to competency for performance optimization, which can be achieved through elevated and often unique kind of expertise that leads to effectiveness. So here, cost reduction, capability, experience. Value addition, competency, expertise, effectiveness. In addition, you will find that I also try to explain that for cost reduction, we go for economy of scale, supply chain management. For value addition, we go for economy of scope and customer relationship management. So together, we have a scheme of using productivity gain as a measure to drive the competitiveness of our enterprise. Next is on strategy. First, I would like to show you how to integrate business and technology strategy in a differentiated market. Now, for all of us, it is important to remember that any product that is bought and sold in the market comes as a family of products, some product for the low value market and some for mid value market, some for high value market, some for top value market. And if I give you an example, I think it will become easier to follow. Let's take Toyota. And that's the most common car nowadays, even in the US and in Asian countries, definitely. But I do not know in Indonesia, what are the different brands of Toyota car that you have? The lowest one is the Corolla, which you can buy here in the US for $15,000. The middle range is the Camry, which is a little bit better quality, but the price is 20,000 or so. But nowadays, Toyota's RAV4 has become very popular in a high value market, which costs about $25,000. But in the top end of the market, people also buy Lexus RX 350. Now, let me now, having given those examples, let me now explain what's happening. The business people use price, quality, niche, and image leadership as their strategy to provide products at different value market. The price leadership, low end of the market. Quality leadership, mid end. This is the Camry. Niche leadership, this is the SUV, RAV4. Image leadership, this is Lexus RX 350. It costs twice as much as the RAV4. But what are the technologies, strategies that corresponds to these business strategies? Technology extender, continuing with old technologies for price sensitive, low value market. Technology exploiter, using standardized technologies for quality sensitive, mid value market. Technology follower, applying advanced technologies for feature sensitive, high value market. And technology leader, syndicating latest technologies for image sensitive, pioneering market. So you see, this is the strategic path, integrated business and technology strategy that enterprises use to compete. And again, let us remember, progression from the low end to the top end market value position with a family of product offering is a proven path for sustainable prosperity of an enterprise in the fiercely competitive global marketplace. Now I have got one more view graph to complete my first part. This is the comprehensive competitive position attainment roadmap. Here I'm trying to combine everything that we talked about so far. Achieving higher level of performance through relentless technology system component sophistication. That's one aspect. Making continuous productivity improvement by technology capacity building through capability and competency. And then gradual positioning of the product family offerings by customer preference differentiation from low to the top end market. And here you see everything is put together. These are the strategies: technology extender strategy, exploiter strategy, follower strategy, leader strategy. Here are the technologies at the lowest level of sophistication. Here are at the medium level of sophistication. Here, high level of sophistication. Here, highest level of sophistication. These are innovation in the current technology S-curve. These are innovations moving from one S-curve to the next S-curve. Here, this is the producer cost dominant strategy, capacity building in cost savings, speed, consistency, technology transfer. Customer value dominant strategy, capacity building in value adding, agility, quality, technology syndication. Process innovations are major factors here. Product innovations are major factors here. So in totality, this one gives a complete picture of how to attain competitiveness in the market using technology innovation as a strategy. Okay, I think we have covered the first part. And now, Mr. Moderator, can we take 15 minutes break?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would like to have a cup of coffee, and you can also relax.
yeah. Thank you for the break for us.
Okay.
People, you can grab a drink, grab a snack, or stay and listen to me.
Out of the share. I have to get out the.
Yeah, you need to stop share it, perhaps.
How do I go?
It's usually on the top
Oh,
part.
pause. Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can grab a snack first or a drink, or you can stay and listen to me rambling about our next conference. So we will have a ASEALIC conference in November the 3rd. And that will be, I think it's a three days conference. Unfortunately, the submission has been closed, but I think you can still attend the conference. Yeah. Perhaps Mas Adit can help me share the poster for that conference, just in case there's someone who's interested joining us in the end of the year. No screen share.
The screen still on. Or the...
Is there anybody who can stop the share screen?
I'm not sure what that's working.
Hold on.
I think Pak Nawas still sharing. Oh no,
Yeah.
thank you.
Post that. Is there any poster that we can put up for ASEALIC this for the end of this year?
Hey, wait a minute.
So the ASEALIC conference is a cooperation between the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Indonesian Research Union, King Mongkut University of Technology, and University Technology Malaysia. So here we go. Yep. If anybody interested, you can start registration from the end of August, and the conference will be held on November 3rd until 5th. Yes. Okay, if anybody still have questions about this or about the materials for today, you can put it in the chat. I'm sorry, perhaps we cannot answer all of the questions, but the moderator will choose perhaps like a 10 question, that would be enough, I think. Or if we still have time, 10 to 12 questions, but I think you can still post, make your question as interesting as possible, so the moderator can catch up. So, I think that's the only announcement I have. Perhaps Pak Sigit wants to play some video for us now.
Share sound mungkin Pak.
I cannot hear anything at this
Share
point.
soundnya Pak.
You need to share the sound too, I think.
Yeah, you need to check the share sound. Maybe stop share first, then you can share again. You have to check list.
Sorry. I think already, yeah, okay.
Suaranya kurang bagus nih. Dengan COVID.
how do I get out of the previous one? I want to close the previous one and have a new one.
So, Asigit, can you help?
How do I close the last one and then get the new one?
You can close it.
I think at the bottom you can see.
Okay, that's gone. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now I have to go to with the new one. No, it is, but still coming back the old one.
Oh, it's still.
You need to open the second half of the presentation file.
Yes, I want to open the second half.
No, like literally the file needs to be opened first.
Yes, I did.
I already did?
This one.
Now, yeah. Still first
Oh, this is first half.
But it's not coming. The old one is still there. How do I get out of the old one?
You can just close it the file.
I think first you have to stop the share screen.
Share and close the file. Close the first.
How do I go to the? Oh. Okay. All right, I think I was able to do that. No, still the same one.
Still the same one.
Still the same one.
Perhaps.
Can you, from your side, can
probably Mas Adit or Fina can help share the second part of the presentation, please?
Sure, I will.
Yes.
Just wait a second.
Prof. Nawas, Lutfina will help you.
Okay, just close the first file, then I will load the.
Is that the second half?
No, this is still the first one. This is still the first one.
This is part 4. It's part 4.
Second. This is the second one.
I have to go to part 4.
Yes, this is the part 4. Can you see it now? 4 and 5.
No. Something is.
Is this correct file?
Is this the correct file, Professor? Can you see it on your screen?
This, but why?
Yeah, is this?
This is your file, but I want to put up my file.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Just close it
I
first.
I have PowerPoint. I have a PowerPoint file.
Maybe you can share first the whole screen, and then we can advise on you about.
I go to full screen.
Yeah, the whole screen. Share with us, if you don't mind.
Okay, let's see. This is my screen, and I want to show the second one.
Yes, that's the second.
So you open it, double click it.
Yes, I did. Just a second. Let me see. Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part 4.
And part 5. And then perhaps you can like
Might it slideshow?
Slideshow.
Slideshow.
Put it on slideshow.
Why not? Yes.
Bottom part, in bottom part, right hand side.
Yeah.
Yes, the left side of that 100% zoom thingy. Can you click it? On the bottom right corner, there's a zoom button, like it says 100%. And then perhaps you can click the small icon on the left of that 100%.
This is the one that I want to show.
Yes, the slideshow setting is down there. It's down on the right bottom corner. There's a 100% right there, right? Can you see it? Yeah, on the left side of 100%. Can you click it? The small icon.
Yeah.
Yes, can you click that one?
Yes.
Yeah, can you slide show us?
Okay, so the
That
second
would work
page.
too. That would work too.
Yeah.
That would work too. So now we
But
can
it's not-
start, I think.
But it's not getting.
No,
into
the second
my-
page is part 4, I think. The second page of this.
It's not in the slideshow. It's my file is up here, and I do not know. Let me. Can I
Can
just
you
get out and
perhaps
then
click on the F5 button?
F5?
Yes.
No. No, what I do is to make it easier, let me get out.
The second, actually, Professor Sharif, the second page of this is part 4, according to your
Yes.
PowerPoint file.
Yes, but I cannot load it.
Oh, really?
Maybe you can just page down. Use page down to make a second part.
Yeah, this is my second part. This is the file.
No, the second page. Sorry.
Click page down.
Page down. You stop sharing.
Now what I do is, if you don't mind, I just leave and then join again. Can I?
So please do so, yes.
Oh, I think it's
Okay.
Okay, take your time.
Dibilang meriset dia ini dulu, keluar dulu. Kemudian mungkin dia mau
Yes, I'm very sorry for the glitch, but the Professor Nawaz is he's going to reset his presentation and he'll be back in a moment. Please, thank you.
Yeah. He's getting in.
Okay. Professor Nawaz is coming back right now.
Professor, no, sorry. You should unmute first. Sorry. Okay.
Professor
Can you
Nawaz,
hear?
can you please unmute?
I did.
Yes, okay.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, but where is the mute button?
It's already, I can hear
I'm
you.
already on. I'm
I can
already
hear you
unmuted.
now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I
Yes,
can hear you.
yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
So we are in business again.
Yeah,
Can we start again?
let's start.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start.
Right.
Sorry. This is, for technology, there's always a Murphy's Law. If something can go wrong, it will, always. Okay, sorry for all this confusion. So I'm back again. This is part 4, where I'm going to talk about technology innovation capacity building. And this part, nothing much to explain. Most of the thing is I'm going to bring to your attention and you will notice. Okay, for capacity building, there are 2 options. One is buy option, the other is make option. Buy is normally the technology transfer, make is technology development. And technology transfer is generally from one enterprise to another enterprise, but one enterprise can be in a different country, another enterprise in a different country. So we talk about from developed country to developing country sometime. But most important for us to note here that when you talk about technology transfer, the technoware transfer is a business deal where price is determined by seller-buyer relative bargaining power. Please take from your head out that there is no donor, there's no recipient. The international companies, international organizations, and they try to tell us that developed countries are giving technology as donation to developing countries. Never. They sell. And when they sell, they take better advantage because they've got better bargaining power. Humanware generally moves from poor workplace condition to better workplace condition. Humanware does not come from developed country to developing country. Infoware transfer usually takes place for free, but there are certain difficulties which I'm going to talk about a little later. Orgaware transfer also free, but success depends on work ethics and adequate adaptation. Sysnetware, there's a price for it. But for gaining advancement in the competitive market, we have to move away from buy option to make option. The buy option is good enough for process improvement, but not good enough for product improvement. Now, this one should be interesting for you to note that what are the supporting things that we have to have for technology transfer and technology development. This is the established industry condition, and this is the new technology-based industry. Multinational companies, they do everything by themselves. They do not need any help from anyone. That's why I said that one of the things that we have to do in our countries is to have our own multinational companies, because then they will have their own factor creation mechanism. But for the established industry, where we want to compete, catch up with in the mature goods production industry, this is the process. Assembling products from improved imported parts for low end of the market, usually under joint venture, taking advantage of local factor endowments. Then we manufacture simple parts to assemble with core modular imported parts. Then we have manufacturing of core and essential parts. And then finally, original design and manufacturing better and newer products. This one, for my dear friends in Indonesia, this is Pa Habibie's rule. He said, begin at the end and end at the beginning. This is begin at the end. You assemble everything. Then finally you end with the beginning. You produce your own car, or own products, design and manufacture. This is not happening in many countries. And what they need is shown here. Next, I want to talk about that R&D is needed for both technology transfer and technology development. Generally, new scientific knowledge push for innovation is like this: scientific knowledge, research and development, manufacturing, marketing. But on the other hand, it can come from the other end also, market pull. From the marketing people, you get product concepts, research and development, manufacturing. R&D work can be done by the firm in-house, make technology option, or can be done by contractual transaction, external buy technology option. In this, focus R&D for gradual and incremental innovation. But for rapid and radical innovation, we need a lot more R&D. Here, process innovation, here, product innovation. Mastering imported technology. When we talk about why R&D is needed for imported technology, we have to master that. We have to adapt imported technology. We have to acquire designing capability. Then and only then we can move into creating new products, production facility development, and market differentiation. So R&D requirement is minimum here, more here, moderate here, very high here. Intensity of research and development efforts for successful technology transfer is here, and intensity of research and development efforts for own technology development. Please note, for process innovation, tech transfer is okay. But for product innovation, tech development is essential. Through technology transfer, you cannot have product innovation. Next, let me say a little bit more about incremental and disruptive innovation. Incremental innovation, this is the creativity part, process innovation, product innovation. Builds upon existing knowledge and resources. Relatively small changes in performance or utility. Capability enhancing market pool innovation. Requires emerging new knowledge and resources here for breakthrough innovation. Factor of dimensional change in performance, competency elevation, knowledge push innovation, product innovation. Creativity is the most important part here. Learning is the most important part here. And here, intellectual property rights, and here, continuous improvement are most critical. This is the S-curve change that I mentioned to you earlier. I'm showing you here the S-curve. We can, in a gradual change process, suppose things are in the same S-curve and somebody is walking, if we run, we can catch up. But when one S-curve is being replaced by next S-curve, by next S-curve, then by running, we cannot catch up. What we can do is we have to skip some of these S-curves and go to the next one. That's what we call leapfrogging. Now, we go to the National Technology Innovation System. This is most important. LIPI is part of that. There are 3 basic units in the National Technology Innovation System: academic, science, and technology institutions, public and private research and development entities, goods and services producing enterprises. You see, the government is not here anymore, not at all. These are the 3. Academic institutions, they do research, generally basic research. public R&D institution, they do development research, and then goods and services enterprises, they're the one who take risk and implement the activities that are done here through what I put here in the center, incubator. But before I go to that, please note, National Technology Innovation System comprises integrated intermediate agencies that serve as linked infrastructure for the generation, production, application, and diffusion of locally made technological innovations for local enterprises. Institutions exist in developing countries without any critical mass. Some of the shortcomings I'm going to mention now, and I'm going to emphasize a little more later on. We have in this institution information service, knowledge profession, intellectual property, standardization, design engineering. We have most of these, but not enough critical mass in those. So important, critical mass is important here. Here, important is connectivity. You know, all of you have participated, I have participated in many, many workshops, meetings, seminars for industry and university cooperation. Okay, we have meetings, we agree that there should be cooperation, we go home and nothing happens. This connectivity is very important. And the connectivity in developed countries, market mechanism provides the connectivity. But in developing countries, that's where the government's role. Government has to assist to ensure that these are connected and they have got the minimum critical mass. And I'm going to explain this a little bit more. And please remember, for National Technology Innovation System, we have to talk about actors and factors. Who are the actors? These research institutions, academic institutions, enterprises. But what are the factors? The activities that we're talking about. And most important of them is the incubation, where new products are developed and venture capital takes that to the market. I explained that a little bit more to make it simpler for us to understand. Now, bringing in the government organization here. There are 4 partners for R&D. This is the research university, this is the laboratory, state-of-the-art laboratory, this is the government, and this is the private sector. But please note that I have put here research one university, not any university. Why? Universities which offer undergraduate program do not produce knowledge which can be converted to products. You need research one. This is the general term which is used in American universities, and R1 universities where there's doctoral program which is generating new knowledge that can be sent to the incubator for production of new products and startup of businesses. State-of-the-art laboratories. Here, they have the consultants, new concepts are generated in the universities. Here, technology experts, new solutions are developed. Here, new products launches and entrepreneurship by the private enterprises. And the government's role is new project promoters and technology advisors. These are the regulation and facilitation sector. Please note this. Many people think the government job is control. No. Government's role is to facilitate. They regulate and also facilitate. That's government role. This S&T, science and technology sector, generate new ideas. Research and development, generate new solutions. And enterprises produce goods and services to take to the market. And that happens through incubators, where product innovation, process innovation takes place, startup business. This is the most important element. If we do not have this, all the R&D work that we do is just complete waste of money. Now, I want to spend a little bit more time on the incubator because we have to understand it very clearly. This is the incubator. To end, idea comes to the incubator, and as a result of this incubator, startup business where we make money. And ideas come from two sources. Generation of new ideas by university academic research. This is the doctoral research, PhD level academic program, which gives new ideas for products, or generation of new ideas by enterprise customer survey. This is the market end. This is supply push. This is demand pull. Marketing people come up with the idea that this is what customer wants. And then we produce. But here, smart, daring, energetic, do-it entrepreneurial action persons who take the risk and start a business. What happens in the incubator? Design, lab research, lab development, scale up operation. So here the individual thinkers, technical, hands-on doing team workers, and here the real risk takers. And same thing here you can see. Problem identified, solution identified, product made, and production. Okay, this is very important for us to remember. Then each of the research institutions who are listening to me today, you will realize that doing research only is not the end goal. In order to become prosperous, in order to make money, you have to produce a product. And that product is produced by startup businesses. Now, this one I give you only to show that some academic people would like to write papers and write a lot of interesting things, giving fancy names. This is the triple helix. You'll find many people talk about triple helix. Basically, it means three things. See this helix here? 1, 2, 3. What are these 1, 2, 3? Government, academia, and industry should cooperate. That's all it says. We can also talk about that public-private partnership. But this partnership is not there unless there is public investment and return, and private investment and return. And generally, in order to have that, we need legally bound arrangements. Most of the time we have meetings, we agree to certain things, but then we go on our own way. But if you have contract, legally binding contract, then you achieve something. And triple helix integrated landscape to promote startups, we can then talk about S&T Park, Technology Transfer Office, intellectual property creation, incubator, venture funding, and startup. This is only to remind you that if you do not have this, talking about triple helix is good as an academic exercise, but you do not get anywhere out of this. Now, one more thing that I want to talk about innovation is that the core of people talk about S&T Park. I have seen in many countries, developing countries, next to our university, we set up a park and call it Science and Technology Park. What is this park supposed to be? Act as an incubator. Now, please try to understand the meaning of incubator. It came from originally hatching eggs to get chicks, right? Hen. You put the eggs in an incubator, and instead of keeping the hen engaged for 21 days or 30 days, in 1 hour or in 1 day, you can produce chicken, small chicks out of those eggs. And that's what the incubation process. So there must be some egg that you need to hatch. Think about it. You have a university which does not produce any egg because you got only undergraduate program. The eggs are produced only in the doctoral program, new knowledge. That's a new egg, which can go to the incubator for incubation. Having said that, now let me point out that instead of talking about park, we talk about innovation hotspots nowadays. Certain things happen in certain areas. Why? Because we find that 4 things are there at that location. Number 1, world-class R&D institution, world-class research university. 2 more things, related industry cluster and facilities for mingling of people. Now, why this related industry cluster? Because if you have some related industry at one place, they themselves invest in factor creation. What is factor creation? Creation of technology, creation of new product, creation of innovations. These are the factor creation that the related industry cluster do themselves. I'll give you some examples. In Germany, the printing press industry is highly sophisticated. But you find in Germany, the engineering students, you know that all the good pens, pencils, drawing equipment, ink, eraser, all made in Germany, in one place. They're related industry. And these related industry contribute to the establishment of an R&D institution and sometimes a university. In our region, I can tell you that in Korea, South Korea, Pohang iron steel industry, it has got its own R&D unit, very large, and it has got its own university also, producing graduates who are highly qualified in iron steel production. So this is what is related industry cluster. So you have to have that. And then another thing is facilities for mingling of people. It's not good enough to have the university and to have the R&D institution, but if people from these 2 institutions do not meet each other, then the idea does not move from, as I said in the previous innovation chart, from knowledge to innovation to profit making. What is that? Facilities for mingling people, where people meet. People meet casually for sports, for games, for having a drink, or for private, public occasions, ceremonies. Why? Because most of the time, people share tacit knowledge. You know, publications, we are all very familiar with publications. Publications give only explicit knowledge. Now, besides giving you this documents, why I have to speak? Because when I'm speaking directly to you, you get some of the tacit knowledge that is not conveyed through the literature, through the language, through the written text. My biography is a little bit better than just text, but still, face-to-face interaction brings the ideas home. So this is one most important one. And another thing is, here I'm trying to show you that we need the convergence of academic R&D, independent R&D, and corporate R&D. This is one, basic research, applied research, and development research. This is where you get some activities which can go to the incubators. Similarly, nowadays, instead of innovation hotspots, people are talking about Innopolis. Okay, in some countries, it has happened automatically. Most famous in the world is Silicon Valley, where you have most of the electronic industries, small scale industries, new products coming out there. They also have university, and they have some other facilities where people meet with each other and then generate new knowledge. So knowledge push and market pull intersection, public-private intersection, interdisciplinary science area intersection. Most important, face-to-face personal interaction within innovation hotspots give impetus to wow product. Some idea comes into my mind. Somebody says something completely irrelevant, but you got an idea. Sometimes, even when somebody says that they spent a lot of money to do this and it failed, that's valuable information. You're not going to invest in that area because somebody worked for 5 years and you saw him drinking in the cafeteria because he said all the money we have spent, all the time I've spent is total waste. Okay, so remember that idea to product, if it does not end up with a product, then everything that we do is just using up resources, spending money, and not getting any results. Now, I move to part 5. What do we have to do in terms of policy? I talked about some of the shortcomings, and I'm going to talk about more of the shortcomings when I talk about the policy. What do I need? How do we vitalize our policies on technology innovation to promote national industries globalization? First one. This is a general picture. And this is a cliche. We want to get out the vicious circle and get on the virtuous spiral. What is the vicious circle? Growing divide in economic security. I mentioned that already. Poor governance of media, cynicism, ignored national expected experts, little technology innovation capacity. And this is vicious. It keeps on growing. We have to get out from there and get into the spiral of hope. It starts with technology, innovation, culture, and climate bedrock, then STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, education investment, S&T R&D infrastructure building, intellectual capital innovation, incubator fruition, competitive goods production, services provision. Then we get sustainable economic development through industries globalization and leading to prosperity. This one, I'll pass in 2 minutes, because here I'm talking about the choices we have to make. There are 2 kinds of choices we have to make. One is an established industry. What do we do? Another one is getting into new industries. This is, in established industry, we should be very selective. And I'll give you here one example. Indonesia for a long, long time has gone into this automobile. Your Astra, yes, produces this, what is the van that you produce called? Cayenne. When did you start to produce this Cayenne? Long time ago, before the world started to accept minivan as a second car for every family. But unfortunately, Habibi's 4-step procedure has not been followed. You still produce the Toyota car. The van has got name Cayenne, but it's Toyota. Toyota technology made by Toyota people and marketed by Toyota people. And you cannot compete using that. It has to be your own. But you have to be selective. Be world leader in selective goods and services. That's a smart choice. And this is the priority for catching up. Japan caught up with Europe and American automobile industry by its 3 cars, Toyota, Nissan, and Mazda, and Honda. They're now competing all over the world, but they were far behind. They caught up through quality improvement, through many other things that we can talk about. But remember, we talked about Industry 4.0. This is the area where everybody is moving, where the growth rate is very high, where you can produce a lot of wow products. So emerging global digital industry should be a top priority for leapfrogging. Every country, as we said, there are possibilities, enormous possibilities. Why not? We find one and get using our advantage, competitive advantage, using our manpower development, using our humanware abilities, capabilities, we can get into some of these areas and be the winner. Now, the theoretical part is complete. Now I'm going to talk about all the problems and issues and the difficulties, why it's not happening. So far, the things I've explained, I think you have found that makes sense and easy, but not so. Here, this page, I'm trying to give you predicaments, common predicaments regarding generation of fertile and new ideas. Remember I said universities, our universities should produce new ideas, but that's not happening. Also, I said that our private sector enterprises should come up with new ideas. Supply push, demand pull, market pull, knowledge push. So what is happening here? Limited number of research one university with negligible number of high potential ideas produced for production through incubators. We all have many universities, and now having private universities has become very fashionable. I know in my country, in Bangladesh, there are more than 100 universities, private, established over the last 10 years. What courses they offer? BBA and MBA. They make a lot of money. But do they produce any egg that can be used for development of a new product? No. That's the point. Universities attempt to become centers of excellence in numerous areas with very limited resources. Now, just to tell you, I have been to ITB many times, and once Surabaya, ITS, also invited me. And I went there without knowing that the difficulty that I'm going to face. I went there when the rector arranged a meeting with all the deans, and I was told that, look, we want to become a center of excellence. Okay. ITB is most well known, why not ITS? So we want to become center of excellence. And please give us some advice what we should be doing. I had a lot of difficulty, and this is what I said. Probably they did not like it. What I said is, because we have limited fund, you cannot be a center of excellence by a democratic process. There are 5 or 7 deans of different schools. You're going to allocate money, because without allocation of resources, you cannot become center of excellence. So you're going to allocate exact same amount to all 7. So it will still be very small. Nobody will become center of excellence. What you have to do is select 1 or 2 and put extraordinary amount of resources for that particular one. That becomes difficult. You see? So this is one of the problems here. We want to become center of excellence, but with very limited resources. Due to lack of resources, actual research activities are determined by external funding. Most of our university professors who got PhDs from foreign countries, they come back, they look for foreign fund to do some research. Naturally, fund provided by the foreign countries to that faculty who was trained by a foreign university, they're going to do research which is useful for foreign countries, not for local enterprises. Frontier knowledge specialization areas have inadequate faculty numbers. Sometimes with only 1 faculty member, we say we got a department. You need at least 4 or 5 people, PhD in the same subject, to have a minimum critical mass. Otherwise, you do not have anything useful. Then academic programs emphasize only knowing. This is what I heard from Dr. Che, and I like it very much. He said, in our countries, we emphasize knowing rather than doing. So we also get many academic programs where it's survey type, where it's questionnaire-based analysis. Using SPSS, we do very kind of analysis, but very little using laboratories of doing things and producing something. So these are some of the problems. Now let's talk about here at the enterprise level. Private enterprises do not have any market pressure for developing competitiveness through R&D. There's no market pressure because government is giving them protection by high tariff, and any junk that they produce, they can sell in the local market because imported products cost a lot. Private SMEs do not have necessary financial resources for product innovation related investment. They do not have because they're small. That's why, remember, we talked about that we must have our large multinational company of our own. They have enough resources, they can invest in product innovation. Private sector enterprises do not try to join the global value chain through buy and make technology efforts. Even for catching up through technology transfer, enterprises do not get help for bargaining with TNCs, transnational corporations. They're always at a disadvantage, these small companies, to bargain with these big multinational companies. And S&T parks that we have created in many of our countries are used by multinational companies for tax benefits. Our companies are not getting any use of it. Okay, now let me talk about what is the government doing. Collaborations are managed through high-powered councils or committees with inactive ex officio members. You know, in every country, you got a very high level council for science and technology development. Who are the members of that council? Secretaries of various ministries, ex officio. And how often they meet? Maybe once in 3 months, once in 6 months. And the meeting completed and nothing gets done. Establishing regional industry cluster for local employment generation and investment distribution, but not essential related industry cluster. This is something, again, Michael Porter, who made famous the related industry cluster concept. In most of the developing countries, we think that if we move our industries from one place, say from Jakarta, some to Bandung, some to Surabaya, some to Yogyakarta, okay, you have done distribution. But same industries located in different parts generates job, but you do not have related industry cluster. Related industry cluster helps factor creation by itself. So different types of industries at one place, related industry at one place. That's what is meant by cluster. Even for catch up through, lack of realization that the purpose of public sector R&D investment is indeed to foster R&D work by the private sector. Public sector R&D is not to substitute private sector R&D. And I'll explain the reason why. You know, we know that developed countries spend about 2%, 2.5% or 3% of their GDP for R&D. Whereas in the developing countries, we spend 0.1%, 0.2% of our GDP for R&D. So they're small. Our GDP is also small. So 0.1% of our GDP compared to 2% of US GDP, you see the vast difference, number one. Number two, you also see that in the developed countries, the R&D money is spent by the private sector. 75% of the money is spent by the private sector, not in the public sector. And any one of you who work in the private sector, you know, private sector does not spend $1 unless it gets $1.20 back. But if you're working in the public sector, you keep on spending $1, $1.10, $1.20 every year. You increase the budget and keep on spending the money because it's coming from the government. Not effective. So one of the goals, if government is supporting an R&D institution, the goal is use that to induce, to help private sector understand that they have to do R&D work for themselves. And the last one here, I've said, failure to ensure synergy among S&T R&D institutions' expertise. We have universities where expertise is in one. We have got research institutions where expertise is in a completely different area. We have to have similar in order to have synergy and in order to have further reinforcement of development. Next, as a system, whole system, we have a problem of the climate. And I try to put it here in general. Elements of national innovation system infrastructure in terms of institutions do exist in most developing countries, but there's very little concerted efforts for prioritized industries focus. R&D investments are very general, diffused, and almost insignificant. Most S&T and R&D institutions lack minimum critical mass of expertise, equipment, and money. Meetings are frequently held for ensuring linkages among innovation stakeholders, partners, but legal agreements for R&D results commercialization is rare. R&D institutions practice wrong type of reward system. Which one? Our R&D institution people are promoted exactly the same way the academic people are promoted. Number of papers published. So if your emphasis for promotion is number of papers published, you do not find or you cannot expect the researchers in your R&D institution to emphasize on doing research for the industries, rather doing research which will enable them to publish. Critical absence or serious limitations of the full component of active intermediaries to commercialize R&D results, especially missing our local design engineering and tool building capacities. Very critical. You may come up with an idea in the laboratory to produce something, but to take that lab idea to something that can be produced commercially, design engineering and tool building are very important, very critical. This is missing mostly in most of the developing countries. In addition to critical deficiency of incubators and startup companies, absence of local culture of self-reliance is a bottleneck. Also, national consumer population prefer imported products. The lack of PPP projects for creation of own global corporation. Okay, I've summarized this. Some of these are applicable for Indonesia, some may not, but this is general. Now, I'm getting back to the incubator again, because this is very important for us to understand. University, laboratory, government, industry. The four quadrants, four partners I talked about already. What is coming from the university? Knowledge, big data analytics, bright ideas. R&D professionals, equipment. Government, here, facilitation, ease of doing business, open to foreign investment. Feasibility study, product process designing, aiming to be world's best, prototype building, all part of the incubation. New idea, wow product to get cash. But venture financing and startup business is here in between. And this is where the goods and service enterprises come in. Now, let me summarize the actions: research, development, deployment. These are the actions. But we need a culture. What is the culture? Work ethics, innovation, motivation, active collaboration, and teamwork culture. These organizations have to work together. And sometimes just by having meetings is not good enough. You have to have legally binding contracts from which we get good results. Okay, next I'm going to talk something for which I get, many times I get questions about this. The Korean model. South Korea has used, this is what I mentioned also so far. We focus on effective industrial technology innovation management to achieve competitive advantage in selected industries, to make national enterprises be global partners, which will lead to sustainable development in globally connected economies. There's the South Korean model. It appears to be a good model that we should try to adopt. But this roadmap has very difficult terrain, and replication by developing countries has been very, very problematic. Only country which succeeded in our part of the world, I find, is Taiwan. Taiwan, ITRI, succeeded to do some of the things that Korea did, KIST and Ministry of Science and Technology. I'll explain to you in more details. So here I'm saying that model replication success remain problematic due to emphasis on mechanics. Most of our countries, we emphasize the mechanics, but we forgot that we have to have technology innovation culture. Without this, only just mechanics, setting up in institutions, does not help. And here I'm giving you some of those things that we have learned from various cases. And I'm going to go through this. I think I have time, yes. This is important for us to realize. What happens in most of this is based on my Asian experience from many countries, and I'm not saying that all of this is true for Indonesia. Some of this may be, some of this, you determine which one is true for you, and then decide what should be done. Local and volunteering non-resident qualified professional experts should not be treated by national bureaucrats with suspicion and disrespect, while the foreign advisors, even with conflicting interests, are highly trusted and allowed to play a big role in development plans. This is one of the problems we find. The countries which still want to develop, but still developing and probably going backwards rather than forward. National ministry level policy planners have to get over their colonial hangover of giving priority to recommendations made by Westerners and not seeking help from own experts or even accomplished doers from other developing nations with successful track records. We know Mahathir Mohamad in Malaysia, his look east policy was, to a certain extent, to counter this problem. Not always look to the West, look east, somebody who has done. And so they have been looking into South Korea and Japan. Most developing countries fail to recognize the dual objective of the government procurement policy. Spend government money to buy local products to support an nascent local company and simultaneously promote local competition in that industry. What does it mean? That when government supports a particular industry, there should be some competitors internally. Otherwise, if they do not compete, they do not innovate. India is a good example where Hindustan Motors, for 35 years, did not improve. But in Japan, Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, Honda, so they supported 3-4 different cars, manufacturers. Why? So that there's internal competition. And I know there's something called MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industries. When Japan was competing with their cars in the US, MITI told Toyota, you cut down your sales to US, let Honda go, because Honda was too weak. See, that's the role of the government to, through their procurement policy, not only help the company, but also make sure that there is competition. Lucky developing countries should not rely on Superman by overloading their few high achievers who work very hard by themselves, but so busy they have no time to establish necessary culture of teamwork and train next level leaders to continue the action plan. Now, I would not go into detail, but I'll just simply mention one fact that I know in Indonesia, Pa Habibi was in charge of 10 strategic industries, 24 in different enterprises, one person. There was no next level leadership. So you see what happened. Not much. Now I'll come to this KIST and most last, but let me go through the last 4 years. In any established industry, goods producing developing countries should not fail to follow through technology capacity building. This is why I'm saying that Habibi had a wonderful rule. Start at the end and gradually move to the beginning. But one has to follow through. One has to see that that's implemented. In most of the countries, it is not. We understand that this is how we should go, but we stay with the first stage, imported parts and assembly only. Selected essential strategic industrial enterprises started in many developing countries fail to implement the crucial acts of learning, digestion, and mastering, and improving the imported technologies. This is another thing that we have this misconception that if technology is bought, imported from abroad, we do not need any R&D. We do. We do have to make their imported technology suitable for the local conditions. We have to make improvement. We have to make innovations so that it becomes more productive. And in that process, we master the technology so that we can then go ahead and start new technologies. Failure to develop strong machine tool and equipment building industry sector is a bottleneck. And I don't have too much time, but if necessary, if you ask me later on, I'll give an example to illustrate that. Direct involvement of the head of state is paramount for successful operation of government-established R&D institutions, having the prime goal of making the private sector realize the benefit of own R&D investment. Again, remember, government is supporting an R&D institution to make sure that they motivate the private sector to get into R&D, not to continue with R&D. And that happens with direct involvement of the head of state. Now let's talk about KIST and MOST, the two institutions that we know of, Korea Institute of Science and Technology. Most of our countries, I myself, you can say a victim, I went to many of the developing countries where people asked me, and I took Dr. Che with me to talk about the KIST model, and they want to have something equivalent to KIST in their countries. But they failed to do these things, not ensuring that private sector enterprise funded R&D activities must be kept secret. Academic institution cannot do private sector R&D because academic institution, everything is open. Private sector will not give you money to do research, which you can tell everybody that I'm doing this for XYZ company. Not selecting high potential country advantage areas of R&D. We want to do R&D in every areas. Limited fund, that's one of the problem. But KIST started only in 7 areas with thorough research and spent a lot of money in those limited areas. And finally, using the academic criteria of rewarding publication. As long as we keep on rewarding researchers by the number of publications, you are going to get only publications, nothing else. Now, Minister of Science and Technology. Every country has a Minister of Science and Technology. But what is the problem with the Minister of Science and Technology they had in Korea versus Minister of Science and Technology we have in our countries? Appointment of the weakest and youngest minister. Science and technology has to be incorporated in everything. Government development, industrial development, strategic development. Can a minister which is very young, very weak, have power over the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Industries? No. Large power distance with other members of coalition governments. Because of democracy, sometimes we got a coalition government and Ministry of Science and Technology is generally given to somebody. Okay, give one, because that's not very important ministry. An expectation of Superman achievement without direct blessing of the head of the state. So you see, many countries we have Ministry of Science and Technology. We established, but they don't operate like the Ministry of Science and Technology in Korea. So we are not successful to replicate the Korean model. Now this page I can go through in 1 minute, that if you talk about culture, okay, what do we have to go through? This one shows you a roadmap for culture creation. But golden rule for creativity culture is professionals feel free to share ideas, opinions, and criticism. Openness. There's no bad idea. There's no wrong answer. People should not be treated based on what they bring to the table. Professionals understand risk and reward structure. Professionals believe in continuous improvement. This, I think, we can learn from the Japanese, the Kaizen, continuous improvement. Technology, remember, let me go back to the first statement. Technological innovation is unstoppable. Why? People are creative. People want to compete. In order to compete, continuous improvement. Okay, I can do this now, but somebody's going to catch up, so I have to do better. Keep on improving, doing better. Now, here I get into the next set of problems that we have. We need fundamental, these are the policy foundation. Our countries, for their policy foundation, they should consider these fundamental recognition, this constraint mitigation, and the reinforcement of some commitments. What are the fundamental recognitions here? You'll find that I'm repeating some of the things that I've said before, and you see the reason why I said those before to bring out here. As people are creative and as they like to compete, technology innovation is in perpetual motion, thereby contributing to intensification of globalization. We said that, repeating. So in the current innovation economy order, all entrepreneurs attempt to achieve sustainable economic growth through product process innovations that can bestow global competitive advantage. This is a rationale. Why are we doing? Why we spend money on R&D? Why we go for it? Because we have to get into the world market. We have to have competitive advantage to make money in the global market. One of the rationale. Second, competing enterprises are found to pay attention to the technological system innovation by technology components, technoware, humanware, infoware, orgaware, systemware, particularly dominant ones, sophistication, integrated with complementarily tied technology capacity development, which is the productivity gain, cost reduction, value addition, and market-based technology strategy progression as lever in the toolbox to move from low end of the market to the high end of the market. Enterprises acquire goods and services innovation through commercialization of R&D results in incubators that are legally joint work facilities, bringing together professionals from 4 NTIS infrastructure. All 4, research university, R&D institution, goods and services providing enterprises, and government regulation and facilitating agencies. We talked about that. I'm summarizing here for product process technology innovation. Now I talked about some of the constraints and how do we mitigate those. Creativity promoting STEM, concentrated higher education institutions that emphasize doing over knowing by combining state-of-the-art knowledge acquisition with interdisciplinary scientific laboratory-based practical research programs of world-class PhD level for selective high-potential product process innovation. Not just have universities, undergraduate programs. Yes, you need that, but there should be at least one or two who are focusing on this. We're going to produce the egg that incubators are going to hatch. Cutting-edge research and development activities performed in the advanced academic institutions, as well as public and private R&D institutions, have to be state-of-the-art level, frontier, knowledge-driven in carefully selected priority areas followed in STEM PhD education. And again, you will find that I tried many times to point out that we should not go for everything. We must be very careful, we must be very selective. Why? Because we've got limited funds, limited resources. And if you try too many things, we do not achieve anything. So better focus on few things and spend more resources, concentrate on those so that we can achieve market advantage. Establish incubators as legal entities. This is something that is not happening. We have by name that there is cooperation between one university and an enterprise, cooperation between an R&D institution and an enterprise. But most of the time, your R&D institutions in developing countries, they do testing work for the private sector enterprises, and they said that is contract research. No, that does not produce new products. They provide a service, yes, testing services because they have equipment. Private sector does not have those equipment, so they take to the government laboratories, sometimes to the university laboratories for testing. So establish incubators as legal entities, not just verbally agreed with no joint investment for joint returns. Provide support facilities for tool building and designing, prototype building and testing, and startup unit development. Last one I have here, provide the most important ingredient of S&T Park and TNT and Technology Transfer Office, this IPR protection service. Many times, we are not very careful in protecting the things that we are developing. We give away most of the time. But in the developed countries, if you want to visit their R&D department, they will not let you enter the facilities. But here, in our developing countries, any foreigner, we're very happy to show them around and give them copies of research that we have been doing, giving away the knowledge, completely free. So IPR protection service, overcome chronic problems with the agencies, lack of minimum critical mass, lack of legal linkage, shortage of venture financing, avoid lip service and organizational reform. What is lip service? Okay, like KIST, we have changed in Bangladesh, our institution, which used to be called BCSIR, now we call it BIST, Bangladesh Institute of Science and Technology. Same people, everything was same, the name is changed, lip service. Do you think it is going to work like KIST? No, it doesn't. And then the commitments here, and this is mostly for policymakers, wholehearted commitment at every level, enterprise, industry, and nation for winning the future through innovation. That should be our goal. We want to compete. We have to, in order to compete, we have to out-innovate. That's how we can win the future. Winning the future means our prosperity gap is reduced, we can catch up, and we can go beyond. Nationally supported innovation project selection areas based on global foresight analysis, opportunity and threats, and national insight, strength and weakness studies by knowledgeable national professionals, not by the politicians. Those who understand what they're talking about, knowledgeable national professionals. They do foresight analysis, they do insight analysis, then they determine what are the areas that we should go for innovation. Mandatory application of transparent decision-making criteria function, having these factors: innovativeness, attractiveness, competitiveness, and responsiveness. This I'm going to explain in more detail in my last chapter. Regulatory oversight for intellectual property rights, fiscal financial incentive by procurement contracts. Not only giving support to one, but make sure that we give support to the weak as well as we give competition. We still have time, is it?
We do. We do.
Am I out of time?
Well, we can.
No, I'll just finish this one. I'll finish in 5 minutes.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Take your time.
The next one is the overall picture of the policies. Policy goal, prerequisite 1, prerequisite 2, and these are the same thing that I talked about already. Creativity promoting PhD level education, substantive research and development experimentation, active intermediaries, and here information communication facilities, incentivizing venture capital, global competitive goods production, and commitment to winning the future, mandatory application of transparent decision-making system, national aspiration of self-reliance or self-development. Okay, now the last chapter is very simple, where I try to put together some of the things that I said, only to give you very emphasis. The most important point that I want to emphasize is this one, when I said that earlier days successful models of other countries or other enterprises are generally not useful due to changes in the situation. The situation that South Korea had 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we do not have that. That advantage we do not have. Our situation has changed, but there's some concepts that we can learn, which if we adapt, we can improve. So here I'm giving you some of those concepts. Make some, buy some technology strategy. Self-determination. Developing countries should go for innovation first and then invention, because innovation is from idea to money. Invention is from money to knowledge. And here, joining global value chain, becoming global corporation. The last one is most important. No aid, no pain, no gain. Foreign assistance can never lead to competitive development. This one you all know, this is my motto. Technology is a game for the rich, a dream for the poor, and a key for the wise. Technological innovation is the master key for sustainable economic development through industry's globalization. Okay, that's what I've been saying so far. And this I have explained already. Accelerated technology innovation, increased economic globalization, intensified free market competition, sustainable development. And I use this four pillar framework: component sophistication, capability accumulation, competency elevation, and strategy progression. We need both technology transfer and technology development. Why? For competition. And also we need productivity gain, cost reduction, value addition. We talked about that. This one, I hope you like it. This diagram, you know, first time a cartoon was produced in a UN document, and I was scolded by the Executive Secretary of ESCAP for putting this cartoon in a UN document. And he did not allow me to circulate. But I gave that document to country people, and including Indonesia, many countries took that document and published it. Because what I can say through a cartoon, I could not say verbally. You see, this is what's happening with technology transfer. Technoware. This poor person is spending a lot of money to buy the Technoware, But in order to make the Technoware useful, you need software, Infoware. He's not selling those, and you have to pay dearly to buy those. Okay, and last one again, because of looking at technology from this component point of view, you see that we can talk about dominance, we can talk about leverage, we can compete, because we have, most important one is humanware advantage. This is the measurement we have to have for our development, for all innovation related projects, 4 major dimensions: innovativeness dimension, competitiveness dimension, attractiveness dimension, and the responsiveness dimension. And it can be, we don't have to use a lot of mathematics. It can be very qualitative. You can do this like that and plot something like this to see where are our weaknesses and what we should be doing. This is some knowledge that we gather from good old days. The Chinese saying, the world crisis has got both danger as well as opportunity. Most of the time we focus on the danger, but the Chinese people look at plenty of opportunity in every crisis. And the Japanese, Kaizen, make better, change for better. And if you ask me to why I'm talking about money, yes, I know nothing can buy happiness, but money can buy everything else. This is my guru, Dr. Che. He told me, instead of blindly following the successful models of other countries or other enterprises, developing countries have to rely on the adaptation of proven and clearly useful concepts to the current problem setting. And one of the things he said is that we spend in the developing countries, we spend a lot of time in arguing about a master plan, a grand plan, which is never adapted. He says, take a crude plan, use it, and keep on improving it. That will give you more progress. And finally, 2 famous people who said something, Nobel laureate Professor Yunus said, currently established global systems only help those already well established. And Lee Kuan Yew said, if you only follow someone else's footsteps, you will always be behind. So my industrial technology innovation management for prosperity in the wow tech era calls for self-reliance as virtue. That's it.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Nawaz. It's very inspiring. And we actually planning on stopping at 11, but we haven't done our Q&A session. Would you allow us like 15 minutes or?
No, I can stay. I can stay on half an hour. I promise half an hour. Okay. I will stay on.
Okay.
Stay on for 30 minutes.
We still have 30
minutes and I'll try to give you whatever question you ask, answer.
We have like many questions and there's also discussion, which is taking life on its own in the chat box. But the question has been relayed to our moderator and Dr. Dudi is going to like read it for you.
I have another sip of coffee.
I think you need it. It's midnight in Eastern Standard Time, right?
That's okay. That's okay. You know, when you ask me to talk about technology innovation, I can speak for all night. My hair is white. My hair is white. My age is getting very high, but my mind still works.
Oh, that's
I'm very happy.
I hope I can do that too. So, Dr. Dudi, I believe you have your questions in hand.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. The time is yours.
So once again, Professor Nawaz Sarif, thank you very much for your sharing, knowledge sharings based on maybe almost 5 decades of experiences of doing and also helping many developing countries. And to my mind, I really find it very usable, although of course I cannot understand all of that. And I think I have still to digest again your presentation. So therefore, we will make a recording of your presentations, and everybody can get an access to that if you don't mind, Professor Nawaz
Yes.
Sarif. And
Yes,
maybe
please.
later on
Yes,
in the
please.
future.
And also please allow me also to have access to that so that I can improve for the
Yes.
next one.
Yeah, I think everybody can download the recording through YouTube, yeah, as mentioned in the chat room. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So, Professor Nawaz Sarif, there are many questions, but unfortunately, due to limited times, I think we cannot raise all those questions. So, my apology for those who are already raising questions. And I pick up some questions that I think is very useful to be raised up in this moment. First questions, actually 2 questions from Professor Karunia. He's a professor, research professor from the Economic Research Centers of LIPI. So I will read his questions. Prof. Sharif, excellent presentation to recall our knowledge on the benefits of technology for economy. The buzzword of win-win endgame, i.e. sustainable development of technology and innovation, are also very simple words used to deal with the negative implication of technology and its innovation. I trust you have role models of successful developing countries that have economic development policies in minimizing great separation of benefit of tech to people, environment, and climate change. So please share with us which countries of technology to people, please share with us which countries and how do they do it. Countries that have been successful in balancing the benefit of technology to people, environment, and social. Also, do you think the word appropriate or sustainable technology is the best policy for Indonesia to be accommodated by Indonesia? If this so, how the government does it vis-a-vis WTO rules? Thank you, Prof. Sarif, and stay safe. So that's the question from Professor Karunia.
I think it is better that you stay with one set of questions and I try to answer, and then we can move to the next. Otherwise, otherwise I will get confused. So this question is primarily on sustainability.
Yes.
Sustainability, and also you put in appropriate
technology. Whether
appropriate
it is,
technology word somewhere
it is
there. So
best
I will
for
try to
Indonesia,
explain.
yeah.
Okay. First of all, I do not like the word appropriate technology. Because technology, wherever it is produced, as I said, I started with technology is human-made. We don't get it in the trees, or we do not dig it out of the soil. It's human-made. So whoever is making the technology has got a particular purpose in a particular place with certain research endowments. So that is appropriate at the place of development. It becomes inappropriate only if you bring it from one place to another place, because the research endowments are not same. And that's why Schumacher, who made his book, Small is Beautiful, very popular, and most of the people in developing countries followed him a lot. And that's why we went for quite some time that appropriate technology means for developing countries, we should have labor-intensive technology. Because we got a lot of people. We got grassroots technology because we are mostly agricultural country, so related to the farms and things like that. Those are appropriate technology. But please try to understand, I'm talking about competition in the global market. If we want to compete in the global market, if we want to sell our product to the global market, the most advanced technology is the appropriate one. So the old-fashioned idea of using labor-intensive technology, using grassroots technology is meaningless. So I did not use the word appropriate technology at all, right?
Yes.
But I will come back to the word sustainability, because that's very important. Now, the sustainability concept nowadays is being considered from, remember that page where I gave you 3 things. We want social progress, economic development, as well as a livable planet. we are destroying. But why we are destroying? Because there are some people who are very greedy. They want to make as much money as they can, as quickly as they can, and they don't care what's happening to the other world. And they have been able to do this for quite some time because we were measuring this impact in a very interesting way. You know, we talk about per capita income to show the wealth of the people, right? How do we measure? See, United States is the biggest polluter in terms of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Total number of tons produced per year. But they don't say that in terms of tons. They say carbon dioxide production per dollar of GDP. Then it becomes very small. And China, the lucky country, with China and India now, 1.4 billion, 1.3 billion people, they divide everything by people, and they say, okay, we are doing very little. These are not correct. So we should not measure those that way. But these are real problems that we have. But we in the developing countries, you know, survival becomes first before you talk about future. This sustainability is for future. And that's why I said that we must have some consideration for sustainability, but that should not be the number one. For us, now I go back to the dimensions that I mentioned for measurement. Innovation, innovativeness, competitiveness, attractiveness, and then responsiveness. And responsiveness covers your sustainability factors. Now, you had a question also, give you an example of who has been very successful in terms of sustainability consideration.
Yes.
Developing countries. Don't expect anyone to be. It's not possible. Where hunger. So when I am suffering from hunger, I have no time to think about tomorrow. So in order to make me improve, the whole society has to do something to improve the economic status of the people. So one of the first things that I mentioned also in my development objective, that the inequality of income is more serious than everything else that we can talk about. If you can reduce the inequality of income, as everybody has got some livable income, then we will become more sustainability conscious. Korea is doing now, South Korea, because they have developed. So South Korea in 1965-66 was behind Pakistan in terms of per capita income, $60, $70, something like that. But where is Korea and South Korea now? Very high. And what are they doing? They had very few trees at one time. But now the South Korea, if you visit there, the mountains are full of trees. They've been planting trees. Whereas Brazil and here in Indonesia, some of the forests are being depleted. Why? Because that's where income comes for some of the people. So this is a very difficult issue. We have to make a judgment, and that's where government has a very important role to play to make the people focus on sustainability. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sarif. So you have made a strong statement about the appropriate technology. As I understand it, and I do agree with you, that the word appropriate technology is inappropriate for Indonesian context, who is aiming to become competitive in the world market.
For everybody.
For everybody.
Any technology developed at one place is appropriate there. Yes. But when you bring it to another place, by itself is inappropriate. So you have to see, if you have a similar condition, then it may be appropriate.
Yes. Okay. And about the sustainability, as I understand from your statement that sustainability is difficult to achieve when you are hungry. So, but later on, if you move forward, then you can deal with sustainability.
Yes.
As an example, even China, I think for many years, China didn't really care about environment. But when it become a developed countries, now they began to concern about environment, and they do it quite well. Okay. So it's it goes along with the development. And the next question is from Pa Alex and also Prof. Karunia. How about politics in all your discourse? About politics? Do you have anything to say?
Can you rephrase the question? What are you asking me? What about politics is a very general question.
Yeah, Pa Alex is questioning about the ecosystem that you mentioned in your presentation, but it seems that you put aside politics in all those picture. So would you be able to tell us where our politicians situated in all those discourses?
I'm sorry, no, I don't think so. Politics is something that I do not understand.
Mm-hmm.
And political leadership is very important. And only thing we have to do, what I try to do is hopefully try to convince the politicians of our countries that they have to support innovation. Otherwise, our countries are not going to develop.
Mm-hmm. So we have to convince politicians.
We have to convince. And that's why, where is Paleo? I said that next time, if you really arrange something for me, try to see whether we can get some of the politicians, and then we can try to say some of the things that we are saying here today. Because without their commitment, without their support, you say that I had in the policy areas, commitment. Commitment from whom? The leadership. Who have the leadership? The politicians, head of the state, the ministers, and secretaries. They have the leadership. Without their support, we cannot achieve much.
So I think we have to think seriously about having an opportunity to discuss with them about this technology development.
I hope so. If that at least to create some awareness, and then you can keep on giving pressure. What have you done? What have you done? What have you done? Why are you not doing it?
Yeah, actually, Prof. Sarif, in terms of regulations, our politicians has shown a commitment to put science, technology, and innovation as a very important critical factor for development. Last year, in August 2019, the government and of course the politicians has promulgated the law number 11, I think, number 11, 2019, on the science and technology system. So on that law, research, science, technology, research, and innovations is putting as a very important critical factors for Indonesian developments. But the problem is, how do we really implement that visions?
Yes.
We still need to have the proper organizations, correct institutions, and also, of course, the correct policy and programs. And we are still working on that, I think. And for your information, maybe you already hear that the government has decided to integrate the existing research organizations into one single organizations, very big, large organizations. So, you know, BPPT, you know, LIPI, and another aeronautic LAPAN, and the atomic research centers. Those 4 organizations will be integrated into one organization called National Research and Innovation Agency. This is an attempt from government to consolidate the resources, the human resources, the infrastructures. I think we can see this attempt as an effort to have a critical mass, as you mentioned in your presentation, a critical mass in terms of human resources, high quality human resources, and also infrastructures. So although there is a doubt about the success of integrating many organizations into one single organization, but we do really hope that this is an attempt to create this critical mass will be successful. Maybe it's very useful also to hear your opinion on that in short.
In general, combining things to make a larger unit, in my view, that's my personal opinion, is not very helpful. Rather,
it is very difficult, yes.
Rather, not only it's very difficult, you do not achieve the harmony that is needed. You know, teamwork, collective work, cooperation, many of these words that I've used for innovation, which is essential, is very difficult. Number one. Number 2 point I'm going to make is, have you identified the research area that you want to get into? Not the existing one, because that's common in every country. The research that is being done by LIPI is somewhat similar to the research that is being done by in Pakistan Center of Scientific and Industrial Research or Sri Lanka Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research, almost similar type of research being done. What is the unique research area given your research endowments? For example, I would expect, if you ask me, just thinking on the spot, geothermal energy. That is supposed to be one of the strong points of Indonesia. Do you have a research institution only on geothermal energy? Things that are needed for that, which you can then promote, produce products, which then you can promote? I do not know. Digital industry, the new one. You know, I'm familiar with this 10 strategic industries. BPIS, starting from aircraft, your rolling stock, your iron steel, then even guns and things like that. I visited many of those. The aircraft industry in Bandung. But why, can you think why the aircraft industry did not succeed? Very good industry. It has become part of the global value chain. It produces, I have seen myself, that in Bandung, you can produce the Boeing 737, the entire body you can make. Why? Because that is labor-intensive part of the work. You start with huge ingots, slowly cut, so that the body that you make will have no stress, and produce it. But who makes money? The Boeing company and the Airbus company. Why? They control the avionics. They even do not make the engine. GE, Rolls-Royce, Pratt & Whitney, they make the engine. Each one costs at least 1/3 of the aircraft. Still, they don't make the money. Or they're not the most valuable one. The designers of the avionics. And I'll give you a very simple example. We talked a lot about the iPhone, right? You take the iPhone, all are made in China. So who is making money? China? No, 2.5%, 3%. 30% of the money goes to Apple. Why? For designing. Apple's market cap is $1 trillion. Another thing is nowadays with this 3D printing, small things, the earlier days, mechanical engineers, you know how we make things, used to make things. We do not have to cut, fold, drill, all of this, not needed anymore. 3D printing, you can put this specific material and position and design and make these products very minute. So China, and this is again one of the problem in the US, they talk about, my students ask me this question, that everything we buy in the market is now made in China. So China is taking over. But I can give you one simple example to illustrate that that's not true. All the shoes sold in US, made in China. All the shirts, this is batik from Indonesia, Serena. But most of the shirts that we buy here, made in Bangladesh. Do they make the money? Do they make the profit? No. You have to buy, or they have to sell, say China, 1 billion pairs of shoes to have the money to buy one Boeing 747. So where is the profit? One has to be very careful. When you want to compete, identify few products which is of high demand, one of the wow products, and then Finland, a country which is very successful because of why? Nokia, one company has made Finland very successful. So specialization, rather than combining, making too many things general, I feel that the thing that helps most is specialization, getting to unique areas where you can be #1 in the world. In terms of both the academic program and the laboratory equipment that you have. That synergy must be there. You have put the research R&D units together, but where is the university that is producing the egg for these R&D institutions? Remember we talked about incubator. For innovation, you need the egg to go to the incubator to get a new product. Who is producing the eggs? Do they have that knowledge expertise? And there also the minimum critical mass. And that's what I think should be more important, should be considered, maybe, in your views.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sharif. I think there are still many things to be discussed, but I think due to limited time, it's already midnight there in the United States. I will stop with these questions. But once again, I think to all those who attended this webinar, I think we are very fortunate to have listened to Professor Nawaz Sharif's presentations, as he have given us food for thought, food for thought in our thinking about science, technology development and policy in Indonesia. And I think we need still further discussions, and maybe we can invite all those attendees here to have some discussion on a specific topics or themes, because it's very large topics, I think. So I think with that, I will pass on to Nidia. Please, yes. Nidia.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. So I'm afraid this is the end of our webinar. I would like to say thank you to Professor Nawaz, to our moderator, Dr. Dudi, and of course, Pak Hussein, who has facilitated this meeting. For whomever who haven't downloaded the presentation, you can go quickly to the chat box and download it now. For the recording, I'm not sure whether you can download it through YouTube, but you can replay it, I guess. So stay safe, stay healthy. I hope that we can afford to stay at home and willing to do so. See you next time, probably in ASEALIX 2. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sharif.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody.
I'm
Bapak Ibu
sorry that
semuanya.
I had a little bit of problem with by loading my second view console. We missed certain amount of time there, but I'm
Okay,
very sorry.
maybe Bu
Okay.
Wati can help you with that, I think. Yeah.
Okay, Professor Sharif, I have sent to you all the questions that arise at the chat box. So hope it will help you to understand better from the participants in this webinar room. So there's about maybe more than 20 questions actually. Then it hope also that question will help you to adjust your chart if it is needed.
Yes.
Because some of them may not really can be implemented well in the Indonesian context. Of course, it's different in our context. And for the second seminar that you offer to us, I have sent it to Pak Dudi because we cannot decide it now because the what we call the changes in the institution is being done right now, and it has not finished yet. So the decision will come to you probably after August. Hopefully, we can make a decision.
Good. No problem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Yes, because we want to have like what you said. We want to have a politician and then policymakers, influence policymakers in our country, and also, of course, some industry has to come to this webinar.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Sampai jumpa. Terima kasih semua para peserta.
Terima kasih Bu Wati.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih
Ada Pak
semuanya.
Joko. I saw Pak Joko Pitono. Tapi Pak Nawas sudah pulang ya? Udah nggak ada ya. Oke.
Yuk, Bu Wati, Pak Dudi.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Leo.
Terima kasih.
Saya lihat tadi ada Pak Joko loh, Pak Dudi.
Oh, sempat masuk Pak Joko ya?
Pak Joko ada karena Pak Joko ingin say hello ke Pak Nawas katanya.
Oh, mungkin videonya nggak nyala jadi nggak tampil di screen pertama ya?
Iya, tidak ada ya. 2 kali dia masuk keluar.
Oke, saya pamit ya, Bu. Terima kasih.
Ya,
Bu
terima
Wati,
kasih
Lydia,
Pak Dudi,
semuanya.
terima kasih Manidia,
Baik.
terima kasih semuanya.
Pak Joko masih ada kelihatannya, Bu?
Masih ada ya, tapi screen-nya nggak terbuka sih ya.
Enggak.
Oh iya, masih ada. Pak Joko. Saya sapa dulu. Nggak dengar kali ya. Pak Joko Pitono.
Ibu presensi nanti kita tarik langsung dari Zoom webnya ya, Bu ya?
Iya, saya lihat tadi jumlah terbanyak 98 ya?
Iya, sepertinya gitu.
Iya, diambil dari situ aja. Bapak, terima kasih. Teman-teman yang belum punya PowerPoint-nya.
Di YouTube
Masih
ada 15
di,
kalau nggak salah.
Di mana?
Ada banyak juga di YouTube yang ikut.
Oh, di YouTube. Iya, nggak apa-apa.
Tapi nggak ada pertanyaan, saya cek di sana.
Pak, ini recording-nya bisa dimatikan dulu, Pak. Recording dan live streaming-nya ya.
Ya, recording-nya matiin. Terima kasih. Alhamdulillah, semuanya sehat ya.
Iya, Bu.
Iya, amin.
Pak Agus Panar tumben nih. Biasanya paling rame.
Iya, Pak Agus sepi.
Karena formal sih, Bu.
Oh, yang bisa membawa ke tidak formal kan Pak Agus biasanya. Jangan-jangan udah dititipin di dia ya?
Nggak boleh anu gitu.
Enggak lah, tapi memang ini apa? Kalau saya lihat ini ya, ini bukan seminar tapi kuliah umum yang sangat komprehensif. Bahkan untuk memahami satu lembar Ugraph-nya aja itu kan satu sesi sendiri, Bu.
Iya Pak, ini kuliah umum untuk keseluruhan tentang teknologi innovation, teknologi economic marketing. Nanti kalau kita mau ingin special session, kita bisa request gitu. Pak Nawas sendiri sudah memberikan ininya ke kita, sudah memberikan infonya. Setelah ini supaya kan kuliah umum seperti ini sudah sering kali disampaikan di universitas-universitas maksud saya, tetapi tidak secara sekomprehensif ini. Nah, untuk melanjutkannya supaya itu implementable maksudnya, itu kita harus mengikut sertakan para policy maker, politik gitu ya, orang-orang DPR itu harus juga mungkin mendapat pencerahan tentang pengetahuan seperti ini begitu. Kemudian para industriawan begitu. Nah, itu sesi kedua. Tidak sama dengan ini bahan bacaannya, tetapi kita bisa mengusulkan dari bahan yang 6 sesi ini mana yang mau dieksplor lebih untuk mereka. Kira-kira begitu. Itu dia menerima masukan itu. Nanti kalau Pak Agus Panar ada waktu, lihat lagi ke chartnya yang 6 sesi ini, mana menurut Pak Agus Panar yang harus diberikan lebih kepada kelompok yang tadi itu. Begitu. Ini cuma sehari, saya dapatkannya 2 tahun.
Ya, Bu Wati, ini yang tadi sampai ada 6 tadi ya, sampai 6 ya, apa 7 tadi?
Ya, 6.
Ya, 6 itu ada bukunya atau bentuknya memang hanya
bukunya scatter, Pak. Bukunya scatter, di jurnalnya juga banyak, lebih dari 22 jurnal mengenai ini, semua dia yang nulis. Jadi ini sangat kondens, adalah pengalaman dia bekerja dengan proyek-proyek manajemen teknologi di beberapa negara berkembang termasuk di Indonesia. Dia sudah bekerja di seluruh negara ASEAN, termasuk Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, itu untuk teknologi manajemen ini. Begitu. Nah, ini dia kemudian satukan menjadi, makanya menjadi kondens sekali isinya, itu untuk negara berkembang begitu. Jadi makanya dia meminta kita untuk memilih dari 1 sampai 6 itu untuk Indonesia mana yang dia harus explore more begitu untuk mereka. Karena dia bilang kamu yang tahu persis konteks dan kondisi negara kamu gitu. Makanya saya tidak menjawab, saya belum menjawab yang kedua ini harus kapan. Saya belum menjawab. Tapi kita pasti perlu begitu, cuma nanti kita diskusikan saja dengan teman-teman di STIPM sama dengan teman-teman yang hadir di sini itu untuk mungkin kalau bisa kita mintai pendapatnya begitu bagaimana. Karena dari 20 lebih pertanyaan juga ini tadi lumayan banyak juga pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang mengarah ke lebih spesifik begitu. Ya. Itu semua sudah sampai ke Profesor Sarif, sudah saya sampaikan. Nah, biasanya nanti kalau ada pertemuan, nanti dia akan menampilkan chart yang berbeda, yang agak berbeda, memasukkan items ataupun masukan-masukan dari kita begitu. Biasanya begitu.
Oke. Ini sebenarnya sih kalau kami dengan Koh Alex dan dengan Pak Leo itu sudah beberapa kali membahasnya, tapi sangat spesifik untuk ekosistem riset, ekosistem inovasi. Kemarin dengan Koh Alex, ekosistem startup. Dan Koh Alex tadi tanya ke Prof. Nawas Sarif tentang politician ya. Karena Koh Alex ini sangat semangat memanfaatkan, bahkan menarik para politician ke startup dan ekosistem entrepreneur gitu ya Koh Alex ya. Koh Alex masih ada kah? Masih ini nih.
Pak Alex masih ada nggak? Kayaknya sudah live kali ya.
Ada itu
ya,
Alex ITP itu.
Ya, tadi saya lihat juga banyak memang sudah saya sampaikan ke mereka. Karena sebenarnya ekosistem inovasi, ekosistem startup itu, Pak Nawas itu sudah bicara dari tahun 90-an loh Pak. Dari tahun 90 itu dia sudah bicara triangle, dia udah bicara banyak. Tetapi kan dari setiap chart yang dia tampilkan, itu dia selalu ada perubahan, walaupun cuma sedikit tapi ada perubahan begitu. Jadi menyesuaikan dengan kondisi saat ini. Tapi basic konsepnya kalau menurut saya nggak berbeda. Cuman memang ada perluasan-perluasan dari kondisi kita saat ini. Tentu saja mungkin saya sendiri tidak pernah terpikir sampai detail begitu ya. Ya karena beliau supervisi disertasi, tesis gitu setiap waktu meskipun sudah pensiun barangkali ya sekarang ini, tetapi dia masih mengembangkan ilmunya di universitas sampai saat ini. Jadi masih dipakai terus.
Bu Wati mengikuti Prof. Nawaz Sarif sejak tahun berapa, Bu?
Saya mengenal Prof. Sarif sejak tahun 89. Kemudian 92 sampai 94 saya adalah advisor-nya dia. Dia advisor saya untuk teknologi manajemen. Kemudian 95 sampai 97 kita punya proyek kedua untuk Science Technology Management Information System dengan dana dari ADB waktu itu dan World Bank. Jadi kita masih kerja terus. Kemudian setelah itu setiap tahun pasti ada acara seperti ini, apakah dengan IPB, dengan ITB atau dengan Unair pernah kita lakukan. Nah kemudian kemarin itu 2 tahun lebih tidak ketemu saya dengan beliau, tapi kemudian saya diundang oleh AIT alumni dari US untuk hadir di webinarnya dia seperti ini ya, tapi topiknya agak berbeda. Nah saya hadir, kemudian saya ngomong-ngomong dengan dia, kamu bisa lakukan untuk Indonesia enggak begitu. Nah ternyata dia langsung memberikan sign, oke, why not, dia bilang begitu. Jadi karena saya pikir ini bermanfaat ya untuk kita semua, terutama untuk PPKN MI, terus teman-teman yang memang interest di subjek ini, itu kan susah juga kita mencari orang yang generous seperti dia, free of charge gitu ya. Susah. Ya kalau yang para pakar yang lain kan ada labelnya, berapa ribu dolar, berapa jam begitu ya, kemudian bertele-tele ininya ya. Dengan beliau tuh alhamdulillah mudah banget. Oke, why not Wati gitu kan, dia udah langsung saya serahkan ke Pak Nidia, ke Mbak Nidia, Pak Husen dengan Pak Dudi gitu ya. Alhamdulillah mereka juga responsif begitu. Ya sudah terlaksanalah hari ini. Jadi sangat sempit persiapannya. Makanya ketika ada yang nanya apakah ada sertifikat? Sayang sekali tidak ada, saya bilang gitu karena memang sangat sempit dan teman-teman kita juga sangat sibuk ya untuk penelitian. Jadi mungkin hadir saja, saya pikir begitu kan. Karena tidak ada yang rugi, malah kita diuntungkan mendapatkan pemahaman dan pengetahuan yang tidak bisa kita dapatkan begitu dengan segera gitu, dalam waktu ini. Jadi terima kasih loh, udah 3 jam kita duduk di sini.
Ya, tapi bagi saya
nggak banyak yang datang ya.
Nah, kenapa? ITB kan diwakili Pak Leo.
Iya, tapi kan biasanya ITB itu kan buka kuliah.
Mungkin ada ini Pak, mungkin sedang ada kuliah.
Jadi
kuliah online, iya karena waktunya kan pagi jam 8 ya. Jadi kalau bukan mahasiswanya dan dosennya yang hadir itu susah. Ya, tapi sudah saya sampaikan sih kemarin. Pak Leo alhamdulillah bisa hadir. Ya, nah tinggal teman-teman nanti di Pak Agus, kalau misalnya Pak Agus nanti memerlukan dan teman-teman di Keltian Kebijakan memerlukan itu lebih spesifik on misalnya National Technology Planning gitu ya, untuk yang akan datang sampai 2029, misalnya dari 2025 sampai 2029, itu saya yakin Profesor Nawaz willing to help untuk assist itu. Gitu.
Oke, makasih Bu Wati yang luar biasa.
Sama-sama.
Ya, tapi ala kulli hal kalau komentar saya memang tadi ya too much yang 2 tahunnya Bu Wati dikompres dalam 2 jam itu saya tidak bisa mengikuti.
Iya, kalau mereka yang baru pertama kali mungkin overwhelmed ya. Gitu ya, karena too sophisticated bisa kita bilang seperti itu ya. Tapi ya mudah-mudahan nggak apa-apa. Tapi kan Pak Agus Fanar membawa itunya kan, hard copy-nya kan?
Udah dapat dari Bu Wati.
Iya, nah presentasinya itu bisa dilihat lagi begitu.
Ya,
Bisa dilihat pelan-pelan aja bacanya Pak, tapi jangan 2 tahun ya. Jangan 2 tahun bacanya. Pelan-pelan dibaca.
Ya, Koh Alex sedang itu katanya sedang pitch.
Iya, ada pitch nih, kebetulan lagi pitch. Tapi menarik, memang kita jadi bisa nostalgia ke belakang sih sebagai akselerator atau ya walaupun kita belajar tahun 2010 ya secara istilahnya secara langsung di lapangan. Tapi menarik teori ke belakangnya. Hanya memang ya kesulitannya udah Agus sudah lihat kan bagaimana kalau untuk Indonesia. Makanya banyak yang melihat itu menjadi istilahnya ya udah saya pindah ke ekosistem lain gitu kan.
Tadi Koh Alex tanya tentang politician yang kemarin dibahas di ekosistem startup itu, tapi yang Prof. Nawaz Sarif karena nggak tahu tentang politik, gimana sih maksudnya Koh Alex tentang politician ke dunia ekosistem riset inovasi?
Ya, makanya tadi saya juga ingin bertanya, sebenarnya ada satu poin menarik dari dia bahwa ternyata dia nggak begitu setuju bahwa politik atau istilah politician itu masuk ke dalam ekosistem itu. Harus ada orang yang memang expert profesional di situ lebih kan. Tapi kan diskusinya kemarin juga di negara seperti Switzerland itu memang juga akhirnya baru politician itu masuknya baru tahun lalu. Memang mereka juga seperti nggak setuju kan bolak-balik. Tapi mau nggak mau akhirnya justru makin tahun yang now sekarang dengan adanya millennials, mereka malah menyatakan politisi harus masuk di situ gitu loh.
Tapi
jadi
fungsi politician di Swiss tentang ekosistem startup itu untuk apa? Untuk kebijakannya atau untuk apa?
Sebagai apa istilahnya ya bukan emulgator ya. Atau mungkin lebih ke katalisator atau semacam jubir pun sebagai jubir pun jadi politisi muda yang ngomong mengenai pentingnya startup gitu loh di dalam keseharian mereka sebetulnya.
Kalau gitu Koh Alex ini setuju dong yang BRIN itu ada dari BPIP itu Koh?
Ya sebetulnya secara apa istilahnya secara ekosistemnya ada kebenarannya itu. Cuma memang problematiknya kalau kita bicara juga kemarin dengan bertiga dengan Mas Toro kan dengan Anda juga Pak Agus yang menjadi pertimbangan adalah bahwa nantinya apakah si risk capital atau si investor itu bisa apa istilahnya confident dengan BRIN ini yang memang lebih berbaju government gitu kan sebenarnya idealnya itu BRIN sebagai konduktor ya mengorkestrasikan antara internal dan eksternal tadi kan antara kemampuan ekosistemnya internal yang harus diorkestrasikan dengan international standard tadi kan internasional kalau kita hanya orkestrasi di internal pun talentnya juga pasti akan mencari hub-hub yang di luar ketimbang yang di dalam begitu ya kan. Nah makanya sebetulnya itu aja yang agak memang agak kontradiktif sebetulnya dengan adanya walaupun BRIN dengan BPIP tapi kok masih dalam suatu skop yang harus report ke presiden misalnya itu loh.
Oke, ini saya tanya dulu nih, Koh Alex sama Bu Wati udah kenal belum?
Belum.
Tadi sempat
belum pernah ketemu. Tadi aja saya bingung ini Koh Alex dari apa ya namanya ada itunya deh.
Saya akselerator Ibu. Saya mulainya dari akselerator 2019 dengan Pak Dubes Mulyaman Hadad yang bekas ketua OJK Swiss.
Iya. Ini Pak Alex ini di mana? Sekarang posisinya di mana? Di Jakarta atau di mana?
Saya lagi di Jakarta, tapi memang saya base-nya sih di Itali, Swiss saya memang. Cuma saya dapat program itu kerjasama antara apa istilahnya ya sebetulnya 100% Swiss support sih exchange startup jadi Ibu. Jadi kita mencoba menabrakkan startup Indonesia dilempar ke Swiss, sedangkan Swiss startup dimasukkan ke Indonesia gitu. Karena
dan itu sudah jalan.
Sudah jalan 2019. Jadi saya sebetulnya waktu di Davos juga udah dengar sih mengenai BRIN sebetulnya. Karena kan konsep BRIN itu sebetulnya mirip dengan Swiss Innovation Hub, Bu.
Iya, iya.
Ya, Swiss, kalau Ibu lihat Swiss Innovation Hub di mana dia ideation, incubation dan acceleration di bawahnya itu mirip sebetulnya. Kemudian baru investor. Cuma kalau Swiss Innovation Hub kan bukan di bawah federal government gitu loh.
Oke, nanti lain kali cerita ke kami ya, Koh. Iya.
Tapi menarik ini Prof Nawaz Sarif. Saya pikir tadi Prime Ministernya Bangladesh lagi.
Namanya sama.
Prime Minister Pakistan, Pak.
Pakistan ya. Betul.
Iya. Ya suka keliru memang karena namanya sama.
It's actually it's good for millennials. Maksudnya millennials masih dengerin ini sebetulnya karena dengan itu dia punya gambaran kronologi yang mereka hilang sebetulnya.
Exactly, Pak.
Iya.
Cuman saya mencapai milenialnya sebenarnya harusnya melalui Bapak, melalui teman-teman karena itu kita selalu bilang share gitu dengan siapa aja. Karena kebetulan saya nggak punya banyak network tentang milenials ya.
Iya, setuju.
Jadi, nanti lain kali mungkin harus lebih ditekankan lagi.
Iya, karena itu yang missing dunia gelapnya millennials jadi yang diterangkan oleh Prof Nawaz Sarif itu tadi. Jadi kalau kita melakukan teach atau mentoring, coaching ke mereka, itu mereka saya justru harus dengan capeknya menerangkan itu gitu.
Betul, karena ini basic knowledge sebenarnya.
Betul, setuju sekali. Cuma memang tadi menarik bahwa beliau nggak begitu itu dengan politik, nggak boleh ada warna politikalnya. Dia bilang itu benar-benar itu. Terus konsep yang berhasil hanya Korea dan Taiwan. Terus gimana yang lain kan? Itunya, maksudnya istilahnya untuk merubah jadi mental teknologi entrepreneur itu kan innovation itu kan nggak gampang juga. Kultur inovasi.
Koh Alek itu dulu IABI juga ya, Koh? Dapat program dari Habibie juga kah?
Iya, sempat aku.
Tahun berapa, Koh?
Saya tahun 89, Mas.
Berangkatnya?
Iya.
Oke. Jadi saya ketemu sama Koh Alek, saya manggilnya Koh karena dia orang Surabaya yang nekat-nekat gitu buat
Gelap, kalau Surabaya gelap soalnya Bu. Kita dari tes waktu itu saya sempat gelap ekosistemnya. Yang menarik memang Jawa Tengah, tapi Jawa Tengah kan sistemnya butik warung kan. Butik warung. Jadi susah untuk scale up-nya. Dan lagi kita coba memang drone industri menarik tadi Prof Sarif mengatakan harus industri yang bisa cepat compete kan. Drone Indonesia menarik untuk bisa compete langsung dengan dunia. Sebetulnya itu
sebenarnya di tahun lalu di lecture tahun lalu untuk kita itu dia sudah banyak bicara tentang regional innovation system.
Gimana Ibu?
Di lecture tahun lalu Pak Nawaz itu banyak bicara tentang regional innovation system. Nah, regional innovation system base-nya bukan region kayak ASEAN gitu, bukan, tetapi lebih kepada kalau di kita tuh kabupaten begitu.
Ya, cakep itu Bu. Itu Eropa kan kuat tuh. Saya dulu 3 tahun di Komisi Eropa sempat 3 tahun kita kerjanya cuma itu aja membuat regional index untuk para. Jadi misalnya katakanlah kota Rimini itu kecanggihan turismenya di-compare dengan Köln misalnya di Jerman atau
Nah, itu tahun lalu 4 tahun yang lalu, bukan tahun lalu, 4 tahun yang lalu Pak. Dia bicara tentang regional innovation system sangat rinci gitu. Dan yang saya ingat itu BPPT pernah melakukan itu dengan
bisa dapat di mana ya? Itunya ya, maksudnya linknya ya BPPT karena kan Prof Agus
kan BPPT-nya juga sekarang udah beda ya, udah mencar. Teman-teman saya yang dulu sering ketemu dengan saya udah banyak yang pensiun. Kebetulan aja saya udah kena peraturan yang baru, jadi belum pensiun ya, Pak Agus ya. Kalau peraturan yang lama saya udah pensiun kali ya.
Sampai 70 tahun Bu Wati.
Jadi disruptornya Ibu Wati.
Iya.
Ya oke deh, nanti ngobrol lagi dengan Bu Wati sama Koh Alek buat teman-teman ya. Karena kalau Jumat malam kita kompor-kompor juga dengan Koh Alek atau dengan para pegiat lapangan Bu Wati.
Oh
Yang
iya.
beberapa kali saya share juga.
Tugas
Oke,
berat
saya
di pundaknya Prof. Agus nih, Brin. Tugas berat.
enggak lah, saya kan nggak ikut-ikutan. Yang ikut BRIN itu Pak Dudi, Pak Dudi itu yang ikut toh.
Iya.
Kita masih cuma provokator aja.
Bisa.
Ini menarik nih di chat nih. Kata Pak Agus Krisnowo dari BPPT, kalau politisi masuk, dampaknya ke kebijakan Indonesia turun naik. Karena kebijakan politisi itu berubah-ubah.
Wah, ini Pak Agus perlu diminta nih. Pak Agus sama Agus harus berkomentar nih. Pak Agus Kris masih ada kan? Monggo Pak. Monggo, dibuka videonya dong. Nah, ini kalau komentar harus bertanggung jawab ini. Maksudnya naik turun gimana ini?
Ya, kalau saya lihatnya gini Pak. Memang kalau Indonesia itu kan, kalau saya lihat turun naik dari sisi inovasi teknologi ya. Itu karena memang tidak apa ya, kurang konsekuen gitu. Jadi kalau saya lihat, saya melihat dari Habibie ya. Habibie masuk itu kan relatif kita naik ya dari sisi inovasi teknologi. Cuman pada saat beliau itu menjadi wapres ya, dia tidak lagi konsentrasi ke situ, itu sudah mulai sedikit menurun. Pas beliau tidak menjabat lagi, itu kalau dibabat habis tuh Pak, dihabisin Pak. Jadi kan gini, kalau kita bicara inovasi teknologi, itu kan ekosistemnya harus jalan Pak. Di sisi persiapan polisinya ya, kesiapannya ya, industrinya juga harus siap yang menampung itu gitu. Kita melakukan riset, contoh misalkan teman-teman LIPI di EPT gitu ya, melakukan riset sedemikian rupa, tapi industrinya belum siap untuk melakukan semacam industrialisasi produk gitu ya. Konsumennya, penggunanya juga tidak disiapkan. Sudah masuk laci Pak itu Pak. Nggak terlaksana. Jadi memang itu harus dibentuk ekosistemnya, tapi ekosistemnya harus dibentuk.
Nah ini mungkin jadi tema menarik ini ya Pak Agus Krisnowo, Bu Wati, sama Koh Alek. Sebenarnya peran politisi di Indonesia dalam hal menyediakan ekosistem riset, ekosistem inovasi, ekosistem entrepreneurship, dan ekosistem startup itu, mungkin nanti ada sistem yang lain lagi, itu seperti apa? Karena ini kalau dari pengalaman kita bersama ya tentang evidence based policy versus opinion based policy, itu kan kebanyakan para politician atau policy maker di Indonesia itu masih banyak menggunakan yang opinion based policy, kebijakan yang berbasis pada opini sesaat, yang pokoknya ide yang muncul di kepala langsung dijadikan policy gitu ya, sehingga nabrak berbagai hal. Nah, termasuk ini yang untuk COVID ini. Itu COVID ini hari ini ada pesawat TNI yang nyebar disinfektan dari udara ya untuk Madura sama Surabaya. Itu kan mungkin mereka udah darah hitam sehingga perlu dibom dengan disinfektan dari udara. Itu kan nggak berbasis pada eviden ya. Apa hubungannya COVID-19 yang menular antar manusia dengan ini ya, yang menyerang paru-paru dengan bom disinfektan dari udara? Itu kan nggak ngaruh sama sekali dengan akan turunnya penyebaran COVID ya. Nah itu kan tentara saja, itu kan tidak menggunakan evidence atau scientific based policy begitu. Ya mungkin sih kalau kita sama di kampung saya yang sekarang ada yang meninggal, hampir setiap hari ada yang meninggal, dan ada yang isoman begitu, kan masih di ini Bu Wati, disemprot disinfektan gitu ya. Walaupun Mas Sigit bilang itu hanya menenteramkan kita saja, kan itu tidak berpengaruh langsung pada penyebaran COVID-19 di lingkungan kita. Nah, mungkin masalah-masalah semacam itu yang mungkin perlu kita bahas juga nih Bu Wati. Bukan sekedar teknologinya, tapi ada faktor-faktor sosial, faktor ekonomi, faktor politik yang itu mempengaruhi keberhasilan ekosistem yang ingin kita tumbuhkan begitu.
Ya, menarik sih Prof. Memang juga makanya Swiss itu baru masukinnya kemarin Prof, dari nomor 13. Jadi 13 kan mulai dari ada apa istilahnya investment later stage, early stage, investment banker, entrepreneurship education, event organizer, bla 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 bla. Setelah berapa tahun ke belakang baru kemarin itu dimasukin politician gitu. Jadi memang ada juga semacam hesitant juga dari mereka untuk memasukkan tadinya, tapi sepertinya makin berat tahun makin mendatang ini, politisi juga harus masuk dalam ekosistem. Kalau enggak itu akan membuat perjalanan dari ekosistemnya ini nggak terjadi gitu. Kalau itu diskusi kita terakhir di Bern waktu itu.
Ya,
Jadi,
dalam beberapa situasi suara politician itu lebih didengar
ya,
daripada suara saintis.
Ibu tahu bahwa Pak Bamsud sekarang bikin sendiri ekosistem. Jadi saya sampai waduh hebat juga nih orang, bahwa sekarang politisi nggak mau menunggu dimasukkan ke dalam ekosistem oleh BRIN misalnya. Tapi dia membuat ekosistemnya sendiri untuk yang lainnya masuk ke dia gitu.
Nah, tandingan berarti ya.
Nah, gimana ayo kita?
Nah, itu tugasnya Pak Agus tuh.
Saya lagi. Aduh, ini banyak tugas dari banyak sarasin ya. Oh, Pak Agus Krisnowo maksudnya ya. Monggo Pak Agus Krisnowo dijalankan perintah Koh Alex tadi.
Pak Agus yang lain. Jadi kan ngeri juga kita. Maksudnya semua investor BRI, investment, BNI, semuanya dipanggil dia datang gitu loh. Ayo.
Itu menggunakan kekuasaan untuk kepentingan golongan itu Pak. Koh Alex, aku tanya satu hal lagi ini, yang tentang bukit algoritma.
Iya.
Itu ada politiknya nggak di situ?
Iya kan, makanya kan, ayo itu Anda udah mau membuka itu bahwa dalam artian dia mau membuat ekosistemnya sendiri kan, ya kan? Dalam artian itu yang si Bamsudnya juga nggak mau kalah dengan ketua IMI, dia mau menggait 25 juta pemilik SIM, ya kan, sebagai ekosistemnya dia, ya kan? Jadi nggak mau lagi jadi eksklusif, tapi menjadi inklusif semuanya sekarang. Kalau inovasi malah menjadi eksklusif kan kita jadi malah ketutup.
Iya. Seharusnya inklusif jadi ekstraktif gitu ya, Koh ya.
Nah.
Oke, itu nanti kita bahas lah dengan why nation fail, karena di sana disebutkan bagaimana.
Keren tuh. Ya. Keren
banget.
Okay.
Keren banget Pak Agus, terima kasih. Saya pamit ya, mau sholat zuhur.
Makasih Bu Ati. Ya, semangat Mas Agus Krisnowo. Sampai ketemu lagi.
Siap.
Oke. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.